welcome the University of Connecticut Division of Public Safety's Honor Guard. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Let's have a round of applause for the University of Connecticut. Good morning. Good morning. That was kind of weak. Good morning. Good morning. Good. There we go. Welcome to the annual International Association of Emergency Managers Region 1 Conference. We're very excited and happy to have you here with us this morning. My name is Danny McGuire. I'm the past president. Just turned over the reins of the president's seat for IAEM Region 1 to Justin Cates, who unfortunately is unable to be with us today. He sends his regards to everybody and sorry he's not able to join us today, but something like he's attending a wedding or something like that for a family member, his brother-in-law. So we gave him a pass on that. So I agreed to be your MC for the day. So I'll be taking us through our conference this morning. Without further ado, I'm going to invite up Taylor Frizzell, our conference chair, to say a few words. No problem.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Oh my gosh, I was expecting a reply. Thank you. So, like Andy said, I'm Taylor Frizzell, the conference chair for this No pressure, it's fine. My apologies for the confusion this morning, but I'm glad to see that you all made it here, have extra coffee, please. I know that's where I'm at this morning as well. I just want to take a quick second to say thank you so much to all of you for attending. I know our conference committee put their heart and soul into this conference this year, and I'm so grateful for all the work that they did, and I hope that you enjoy the fruits of our labor genuinely. Thank you to our UConn crew. Carrie, you are my mental stability, and I appreciate you. UConn's a beautiful campus. We've had a great time here so far, so thank you to all of you as well. And to our sponsors, thank you guys. You are rock stars, and we're really happy to have you. I'm sure Andy will talk about it in a little bit, but we do have a 50-50 raffle we'll be doing for our student scholarship. So we hope that you'll be able to partake in that later on today. And if you were at the social last night, we'll raffle off that gift card at lunchtime. So just an incentive to stick around. We've got a great lineup of speakers today, which I'm very excited about. Thank you again for being here, guys. So enjoy the day. Enjoy it. Pass it back to you, Andy.
Very good. Thank you, Taylor. At this time, I'd like to call up Bill Shea, University of Connecticut Office of Emergency Management, Division of Public Safety.
Good morning. You can do better than that. I'm working up here. Good morning. Captain Russ Webster, FEMA Region 1 Administrator, Bill Hackett, our State Emergency Management Director here in Connecticut, Chief Wolf Perez, Chief of the UConn Fire Department, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us here today for the IAEM the UConn PD and Fire Department for the Honor Guard. The young men and women did an outstanding job. The Office of Emergency Management here at UConn is still a fairly new program within the university. We support about 32,000 students, 10,000 staff and faculty across 7 campuses across the entire state, to include UConn Health, which has 22 different facilities. We have a lot of great partners and work very close with our State Division of Emergency Management and Homeland Security. Like you, we have daily challenges, and we learn something new every day. I would like to take the opportunity to recognize the UConn Office of Emergency Management team briefly. Carrie Clark, who has worked with Taylor and the IAEM Region 1 leadership in coordinating this event. Nicole Hawley, Mary Rose DeBerrick, and Jim Brown. If you have any questions or need any assistance specific to UConn or something in the local area, please see one of us and we will do our best to assist you. Quick safety briefing. The exits are in the back. You see the exit signs. Please follow the stairs outside and we'll rally in the parking lot. I'm a retired Army aviator, and we used to have a saying, if you see the crew chief running, you better be running too. So where are all the folks from the fire service here? If you see them running, you should run too. We do have an emergency notification system here at the university called UConn Alert. While you are here, you can opt in to receive any of our emergency notifications with a quick text. You go to the number 888-777 and just type in UConn Alert. And that way, if we have any emergency alerts that go out, you'll be able to receive them regardless. And then later on, you can take the opportunity just to opt out and type in stop. It's real easy. 888-777, UConn Alert, all one word, case and material. We trust that you'll find the conference worthwhile and beneficial. It is a great agenda, and we hope that you enjoy the day. And again, let us know if there's anything that you need. At this time, I'd like to take the opportunity to introduce one of our great partners and a gentleman who I've had the opportunity to work with over the last 7 to 8 years. Bill Hackett serves as the State Emergency Management Director, a position that he has occupied since November 2006. He is the longest-serving State Emergency Management Director in the nation. Bill also serves as the Governor's Deputy Homeland Security Advisor, the state single point of contact for FirstNet, and was appointed to the State Emergency 911 Commission. In addition, he is the State Interoperability Communications Coordinator and also serves as the co-vice chair of the Long Island Sound Area Maritime Security Committee. Bill has been is designated by the governor as the state coordinating officer for 11 separate presidential disaster declarations. He chairs many different groups and consortiums. During his tenure with the state, he has served, in addition to being the Director of Emergency Management, as the acting commissioner, the deputy commissioner, and the acting deputy commissioner in the Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection. Prior to joining state service, Director Hackett was the deputy fire chief in Branford, and he was a career firefighter. At this time, I'd like to introduce Bill Hackett, State Emergency Management Director.
On behalf of Governor Lamont, Lieutenant Governor Bisowitz, Commissioner Ravella, and Deputy Commissioner Rush Kittle, I would like to welcome all of you. Thank you, Bill Shea, for the kind words, and thank you, Taylor, wherever you are, for the invite. Happy Friday to everyone. Here's this week's update I'm going to give you. To start the week, my Kansas City Chiefs beat the New England Patriots. Yes. The Yankees are in first place, along with everyone else. And our State Emergency Operations Center is not activated today on Friday the 13th. Yet. After that cyber activity that just occurred a little while ago, I don't know. In my 13 years as State Emergency Management Director, I've been able to witness the shedding of our huge civil defense helmets, and instead have witnessed collaboration, teamwork, and strong leadership from our local, regional, tribal, state, and federal partners, along with our military, private sector, non-governmental entities, and of course a special shout out to our local emergency management directors, first responders, municipal leaders, and all of our dedicated volunteers. We do not have county government in Connecticut, and we rely on regional collaboration through our 5 regional emergency planning teams with strong governance and mutual goals and objectives. This entire process is coordinated by our regional offices and regional coordinators who provide the link for our mission. We have robust relationships with our sister states, our Canadian provinces, our federal DHS partners from FEMA and CISA, the Coast Guard, Health and Human Services, the FBI, the Weather Service, and this association, just to name a few. This unity of effort provides for exceptional situational awareness and resource sharing on a daily basis. This entire package that I just spoke about, with coordination with our state agencies, have provided the foundation for our nationally accredited Emergency Management and Homeland Security program in Connecticut. We are currently in the process of delivering 9 separate tabletop training sessions statewide in partnership with Eversource that provide a scenario for an operational grid security exercise to respond to and to recover from simulated, coordinated cyber and physical security threats and incidents while strengthening our crisis communications relationships. Some of you in the audience have already participated in these, and I appreciate that. We were in Northwest Connecticut last night in Torrington, and we anticipate over 500 participants and 120 municipalities receiving this training. Next year, we have 3 major exercises. In May, we are participating in the national level exercise in Region 1. Our objectives are to test our robust interoperable communications, transportation and energy lifelines, long-term recovery, continuity of operations, and an important one, family reunification. In June, we have a federally evaluated radiological emergency preparedness plume exercise, which will include our sister states and federal partners. And then in September, we are partnering with the National Guard for our annual statewide exercise. Everything I mentioned this morning refers to one thing, which is the title of this forum: Working Together to Make Us More Resilient. You have a great agenda for today, and I wish all of you happy holidays.
All right. Thank you, Bill, and thank you, Bill. Before we get started with our first speaker, I have a couple of housekeeping items I'd like to take care of. First off, just wanted to thank everyone in the region for your support for me over the last 2 years during my presidency of the region. And, you know, Catherine and I started a couple years ago with Christian. It was actually Christian Lamphere who was our president for the term prior to mine. It was just the three of us, and we really we're rebuilding kind of our leadership team, and we set out to fill our state representative seats and really build a robust Region 1 board that could be functional and operational and really get together and put some things together. So if I could just have real quick, all the members of our Region 1 board, just stand so people can see who you are and be recognized. We've got most of our team is here. Just give them a round of applause. We meet the first Friday of every month via conference call or WebEx for an hour, and everyone is engaged and is working on some of our goals and objectives. We do a board retreat where we come face-to-face for a full day, typically towards the end of January every year. It's something that Christian and I and Catherine started about 4 years ago. We've been building that every year, do some team building exercises. And I just have to say it's one of the best teams that I feel that I belong to and I've been happy to lead. And I'm passing the torch off to Justin now, but staying on board, helping them out for the next couple of years as the immediate past president. At our annual conference down in Savannah, it was just a few weeks ago, and I just was remarking with Peter that, you know, as emergency managers, one of the things we do well is improvise, adapt, overcome. And, you know, we had a little hiccup in our opening ceremony this morning, and we got through it, and thank you for teeing us up with the Pledge of Allegiance. That was perfect. It kind of carried us right through. But was anybody at the annual conference in Savannah? So you remember when Pete Gaynor was up starting his opening remarks and his for the keynote, and the entire power went out to the island that we're on, and we're all in the dark. So quickly we had to improvise, adapt, overcome. And somebody ran to the silent auction table in the EMEX hall and grabbed a speaker megaphone that was being auctioned off. They brought it in with black gaffer's tape. They taped this thing to the side of the podium, and he sat there. And then Luminades brought in a whole series of these Luminade lights, and they lit up the stage. And in the dark, with just some emergency lighting going on, which in a huge ballroom, you can imagine is very minimal, he delivered this entire opening keynote address, 30 minutes, over a handheld mic going over, and you could hear a pin drop, and you could actually hear the audible was pretty good. So that's what we do. We improvise, we adapt, we overcome. At our regional meeting during the conference, I have the honor every year of issuing some citations on behalf of the Region 1 president to folks that have made significant contributions, and not all of our board was able to be there. So this morning I just want to indulge you for a few moments and to recognize a few folks that have been part of our Region 1 board for the past year or longer and have made some significant contributions. First is Catherine McCormick. I'd like to call her up to the stage just to give her her Region 1 citation. Catherine has been my secretary treasurer for the past 2 years and worked with us with Christian as well, and has done a phenomenal job. So. Second is Taylor Frizzell, CEM. That doesn't get old saying that. Come on up, Taylor, wherever you are. There she is. During my term of office, Taylor served as our state of Massachusetts, Commonwealth of Massachusetts representative, and now she's moved up into the vice president seat working with Justin. And last is Jason Gosselin from Vermont. You come on up, Jason. He's served with us the last few years as our state of Vermont representative on our board. At this time, I would like to recognize one of our first silver sponsor, FirstNet by AT&T. If representatives from FirstNet want to come up and say a few words.
Well, good morning. My name is Gary McCarraher. I'm a Senior Public Safety Advisor for the Federal FirstNet Authority, and I'd like to thank you for having us here today. I truly believe that the FirstNet initiative will revolutionize how you do business. I just finished a 45-year career in the fire service, and from that seat, I can tell you I do believe that that will revolutionize the fire service. My last 10 years, I was the Emergency Management Director, so I certainly don't have the breadth of experience that most of you have, but I can see that coming. And FirstNet will be the differentiator because it gives you absolute priority and preemption. I'm not saying everybody needs to migrate to FirstNet, but as you go through the exercises today, what I ask you to do is to think how you will exploit LTE and broadband technology to better serve the people you have to serve with and better connect with the people you have to connect with, because that indeed is what broadband and LTE have to service to you. Whether you move to the FirstNet Authority, which I believe we have several advantages, or stay with your existing vendor, if you're happy with that. But prior to FirstNet, prior to the 2012 Middle Tax Class Relief Program, or that it enabled FirstNet, no cell phone or LTE vendor would allow public safety to have priority and preemption. With the passage of that legislation, it's a game changer. It's here today. FirstNet, our partner, is very strong. They're building out very rapidly. Indeed, we see in the North Country a lot of towers getting turned up. In the Rhode Island and Connecticut area, we see a lot of their existing sites being turned to band 14 for your use. So, begin thinking of how you would exploit LTE and broadband in your day-to-day operations. Because indeed, the people that we serve expect it. And they expect you to use the cutting edge of technology to do the best job and the most efficient job for their safety. So, thank you very much. Turn the mic over to...
Good morning, folks. Thank you for having us here. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to be a sponsor. My name is Luis Gonzalez. I've been with AT&T now for 32 years. I'm the Regional Field Operations Manager for the FirstNet program, and we're really humbled and proud to be working with the FirstNet Authority. The reason why you see both of us up here is, as Gary alluded to, this is a partnership, right? A public and private partnership between the FirstNet Authority and AT&T. And I can just tell you from the AT&T side, all of our almost 300 company-owned stores in New England and almost that same amount on the authorized agent stores, we're in the process of training everyone to make sure that we support public safety and first responders alike. And that's what FirstNet is all about. The one thing I would just sort of piggyback off of what Gary said was, the FirstNet network, the differentiator is that prioritized and preemptive network, and it is a network for first responders. The people who helped create this network were people from the public safety leadership and first responder community. So it's a program that's built by them, it's directed by them. We take our direction from the FirstNet Authority. And again, on behalf of the AT&T side, we're so proud to be supporting FirstNet public safety officials and leaders, as well as the law, police, and EMS community. Thank you for having us here.
Next speaker, our speakers for our first presentation. Little tech support, as their presentation not queued up with this. Anybody help me out? So, our next presentation is Fostering the Public-Private Partnership P3 Connection. So I'd like to call up Michelle Burnett and Jessica Henry, our next presenters. Michelle currently serves as Senior Manager with the Enterprise Response and Resiliency Team at CVS Health Headquarters in Woonsocket, Rhode Island. She began her role at CVS in 2017, where she currently oversees the Preparedness and Response Program and is focused on growing the enterprise's ability to prepare for, respond to, and recover from all hazards through the development and execution of an enterprise preparedness vision and strategy. She works to build CVS's health, public-private sector relationships, particularly at the state and local levels. Through her efforts, Michelle continues to advance the resiliency of the business as well as grow the enterprise's response framework and target capabilities. She has over 10 years of emergency management, planning, and mitigation experience from both the public and private sector. Formerly the Chief of Planning and Mitigation for the Rhode Island Emergency Management Agency, REMA, she oversaw the National Flood Insurance Program as well as a myriad of state planning efforts. Michelle was activated and served as Planning Section Chief for the State of Rhode Island Emergency Operations Center during multiple disasters, including Hurricane Sandy and numerous winter storm events. Originally from New York, Michelle received both her undergraduate and graduate degrees from the University of Rhode Island and has since taken up permanent residence in the Ocean State with her family for the past 2 decades. Joining her is Jessica Henry, who has 8 years of threat hazard planning and emergency management experience from both public and private sector. Formerly the Rhode Island State Hazard Mitigation Officer for Rhode Island Emergency Management Agency, REMA. Jess oversaw the State Hazard Mitigation Program and managed numerous federal project and planning grants. She's experienced in both vulnerability, risk assessment, and ArcGIS, where she utilizes mapping technology to map risk and threat data. She began her Senior Crisis Management Coordinator role at CVS Health in 2017, where she currently supports the Crisis Management Program by performing threat and situational monitoring, identifies potential threats and vulnerabilities to the enterprise, and engages in community preparedness initiatives. With that, we'll welcome Michelle and Jess to the stage.
Can you guys hear me? Yes? Cool. And me? Yeah, you might. Excellent. All right, wonderful. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning. You know everything about myself. We're really appreciative of the committee, for inviting us. We also want to thank, the state and Director Hackett for having us and welcome us to your state, for Rhody. We're very excited to be here. So we're going to give you a little bit of an overview, from our perspective on, particularly we're going to dive into, the title of the presentation, which is, fostering public-private partnerships. But before we do that, we want to, give you some background as to how we operate in our world, and so we can kind of, talk you through that from a private sector lens. So before we start, Jess and I are always big proponents of participation, and so we wanted to get a sense from the audience. So how many folks here, show of hands please, are here from the public sector? Quite a few. Got it. Private sector. Nice mix. Wonderful. Nonprofits. Wonderful. Any tribal partners here? Okay, awesome. Very nice. All right, wonderful. Well, thank you. That's helpful for us because obviously knowing our audience is going to be helpful for us to kind of navigate through our presentation. So again, we want to make this interactive. So as we move through, please feel free to ask a question. So if there's something that's confusing or you'd like more clarity, Peter in the back, I know Peter's around. He has a microphone. There he is, Peter. So if you have a question, raise your hand and Peter can come over and he can assist you. He likes to run. He likes to run. He's a runner. All right, wonderful. So we have quite some time, so we're going to talk you through a number of different things. This is our little agenda for our presentation. We're first going to go through kind of our overview. So our program itself is called Enterprise Response and Resiliency. We're going to give you kind of a very high-level overview of the program, where it started, where it's at right now, where we're going. We're also going to talk through kind of our operational ecosystem, as we like to call it. CVS Health, and we'll get into this in a little bit, is pretty large. And so a lot of components to it, and so to kind of demystify some of that, For a lot of folks, I think that'll be helpful. So we're going to go through that and the value chain, what goes into, what goes into our processes, what goes into, our procedures, our rulemaking, et cetera, and what are we trying to get out of it, right? Like, what's the end game? What is that thing that we want to provide at the end of the day, right? And then we're going to go into our framework, how we're structured, how we're organized, and then following that, we'll go through some of our day-to-day activities, right? So what are we doing day-to-day when we're not activated? Some of our fundamental, programmatic things that we do, we'll talk through those. We'll also talk, obviously, about public-private partnerships, right? That's why we're here. So that's what we're really going to focus on. We will spend more time on that particular topic because that's obviously, the end game. That's why we're in it today to understand, how we can do better. We were told to step away from each other if there's feedback. So if you see us moving away, it's not because,
If I fall off, it's
And then last but not least, we'll focus on more of our crisis management activities, gray sky days, hopefully not black sky days. We left it with gray, hopefully never to see the dark, but at the same time, oh, goodness gracious. I know. I think it's this one. Yeah. Okay, I think we're good. All right. And then, again, gray sky days, just kind of overview of some of the activities that we encounter, some of the things that we are able to provide to our enterprise during a crisis, right? And what does that entail? So let's start. So our program, again, is called Enterprise Response and Resiliency. Our acronym is ERR, and we reside within the corporate structure of CVS Health. So has anyone here never heard of CVS Health? Good. Thanks, Chris. Nice job. So CVS Health, this company is new for both Jess and myself. So to give you a little bit of background, before we started at CVS Health, we both actually came from, as you heard already, the state of Rhode Island. So we have a very, an in-depth knowledge and awareness of what goes on in the public sector, both at a local, state, federal level, and how those connections are made and how those things operate. So when we came to CVS a few years ago, this was very new for us. And we were basically tasked with driving and developing a program which really didn't exist. So unbeknownst to us, CVS Health really didn't have a preparedness and response program. Historically, they were doing a lot of legacy business continuity work, business disruption work, predominantly with IT, predominantly with security. And so the preparedness and response and the planning didn't really exist. It existed, it was a fly-by-night kind of a thing, and they muscled through a lot of those disasters and crises because the businesses are good at what they do, right? But there wasn't this holistic, level above trying to get ahead of it, right? Try to get, into those mitigated actions and prepare. And so we were tasked with building this. And so this is what we've done. We've built this program, and I'm not going to read it to you, but really it's to enhance the ability of the enterprise in itself to really be comprehensive and be resilient. And the business itself, and we'll get into this in a little bit, there's a lot going on within the business, a lot of products, a lot of services, a lot of business lines. So it's very difficult and very challenging to do that. But the way we have come up with our structure, these are the three different buckets. And they're basically pillars within our organization, within our department rather, that are the fundamental pieces. So we've got our business continuity team, right? And they are the more legacy group that does our business continuity and our planning for our businesses, for their individual, technology applications, their processes, and so to make sure that they can minimize business disruption if it happens, right? That's what they focus on, and they're really, really good at it. Then we also have our threat and incident monitoring. So we have we have an ops center. So in our office in Woonsocket, we actually have an ops center, which is fairly new. January, I think, of last year. Yep, so January of 18. So we're about to hit our 2-year anniversary. There was no operations center before. And so that was something that Justin and I were tasked with basically building. And so, our director had a vision, and his vision was to create this node to the enterprise. And so we started from scratch. This is an evolving process. It's still in its formative years. And so, we were tasked with, figuring out what we needed to do to get this operations center, activated and effective, right? And repeatable, the processes, making sure we can do them again and again and again. So that is our day-to-day, right, our incident management. So that ops center is really the intake for all the emergencies that come in, and they are responsible for intaking, assessing, ingesting, and then escalating to our enterprise, right? And that could be somewhere in Hawaii, right? We've got, assets in Hawaii, so it could be in Puerto Rico, it could be in Alaska. And so we are the node for the entire enterprise, so the entire stateside continental US, plus Hawaii and Puerto Rico. And then last but not least is our team. So Jess and I, it's hard to see, and I apologize, it's light gray in that particular area on the right, but we're the preparedness group, and we're really responsible for crisis management, kind of taking, the need of the enterprise if there is a large-scale disruption that affects multiple business lines, and a large area potentially. It could be regional, it could be individual state. But it raises to that level where our ops center can handle that because they are focused on incident management. And then we step in and we assist and we activate basically our ICS. It's an ICS type modified structure-ish that we've built to kind of privatize it a little bit, but that's how we operate, okay? And so that's what we're responsible for. So these are the three segments, our three-legged stool, sort of like the NFIP, but in a CVS version. So this is our ecosystem. Pretty simple, right? So there's a couple of things I really want to draw your attention to. I want you to pay particular attention to the little boxes that are red. And if you can read those numbers, I want you to think about that for a second. And so this is a really, really complex ecosystem. And how do we fit in? So we are responsible, not only for thinking about all of these things when we think about risks and hazards, but how do we properly identify them, right? Like how do we start in the middle, right? Where do we start? So in order for us to properly assess risk for our business, we have to think about, not just natural hazards, which is obviously, Justin, we like the natural hazards. We feel comfortable with the natural hazards, but, let's say cyber isn't really our wheelhouse, right? We're not as comfortable with cyber, but we have to think about that. We have to think about infectious disease. We have to think about workplace violence. We have to think about all these hazards across our enterprise. And so what we rely on is intelligence and data and threat monitoring tools, right? And things that provide us information real time, every day, every minute of every day for all of our sites. So we have tools that we utilize and leverage so that we can actually get notifications for different, threats coming in that are in proximity to our locations, and that's how we assess threats and risks. And just to take it up a notch too, just to give you some sense of scale, we operate in all 50 states. So we've got assets in all 50 states. We have colleagues in all 50 states, plus territory of Puerto Rico. But then we also now, with a small acquisition that CVS made last year of a small little mom and pop health plan called Aetna, we have a lot more people. We have a lot of people. So again, pay attention to those red boxes. We have over 300,000 employees, which is a lot. We have over 10,000 stores, just the retail footprint. And again, the retail footprint itself. Is that better? So the retail footprint is, can you repeat that? So the retail footprint is gigantic, but that's not the only thing that CVS has. And I know probably a lot of you either have, your PBM through there, your health plan through there. You may be at, you may have Aetna health plan. But there are business lines that reside within the CVS umbrella that are also very, very, very critical, right? Critical elements of the business. And so we have to think about all of those things, and not just the business lines themselves, but the members of those business lines, and taking it down to the clients and the customers. So we get so granular in our assessments that we, and we're going to get into this in a couple of slides, that we actually, we have to think about the end user, right? And what is our value chain? What is the end result of our value chain? It's access to care. That's what we care. That really is fundamentally what we care about, is access to care for the folks who need it. End of the day, at their, obviously day-to-day blue sky days, but really truly for us, it's the gray sky days. In the worst time that they could potentially be in, there's that moment where they have nothing else, they need to have medication or some sort of access to care for whatever illness or, chronic disease they may have. That really is the fundamental, that is it. So just again, for our value chain, just to give you some sense of the business lines within, so within the company, it is, there's a lot to think about. And so, we start thinking about risk, all the risks, right? All the risks, to the business, not just natural hazard, but also operational. Operational risks. Do we have disruption? Do we have a cyber disruption? Do we have, supply chain disruption? With Maria, we had supply chain disruption, right? And so all these things we have to think about because it affects the business and it ultimately affects the product and folks getting access to care, right? So our ecosystem, again, these are all the, the different components that we have to think about. But what I really want to draw your attention to is the mitigation enablers. So what can we do? And so this is our job. Our job is to try to figure out all the types of mitigation that we can provide to the business to try to get ahead of it. It's so hard. I mean, we all know, I'm preaching to the converted, right? Like, it's so hard to get ahead of it because there's so much to think about. And then our business lines. So number 5, our enterprise-focused business lines. So within the umbrella, you've got, specialty pharmacy, which provides, medication for chronic illness. Very, very crucial, right? You've got long-term care facility support. You've got infusion support. We're doing a lot with kidney dialysis now, and so there's this very holistic way that the business is thinking, trying to reinvigorate and transform healthcare by providing it, to the customer when they need it the most. So, and then our stakeholders, all the folks we have to think about. So not just, the businesses themselves, but who they support, right? So there's a lot to it. And so just to give you some sense of what we have to think about, during our response and prepare for is pretty significant. So I want to talk really quickly about how we're organized. So how do we fit into this? And so the way we are structured and the way we have developed our program is to follow this framework. And so we've basically started, from the bottom and worked our way up. So, we rely upon departments to, obviously, departments are responsible for their own plans, processes, procedures, right? But really bring it up a notch. So I'm talking about the business site incident management teams right here. So we have a lot of corporate offices. We have hundreds of corporate offices, so how do we manage that? We have site incident management teams at those sites with a site lead who's responsible for making sure that they are on point for communicating, escalating, making decisions for their particular site, right? And if they need help, they then come to us. They call, we intake that information, and then if needed, we can either, basically stabilize the situation, or if needed, we can escalate, right? And we will run that to ground. We run that incident to ground. But if we can't, right, if our operations center, like I said, cannot run that to ground, what do? And it turns into essentially not just an incident, but an event or a crisis. That's when we step in. That's when our operations center kind of hands it off to us and we activate, right? And so this is our crisis level team, and we've got folks that are designated between the business lines and all of our shared service partners that are responsible, right? They are our team. And so we know, and they know, that if we are activated, they're responsible for X, Y, and Z, right? They know we're gonna get on a call. We dictate, kind of what that's going to look like, the cadence for that call, what's needed, who's on point for what, just to kind of get that holistic snapshot. And we've gotten better at kind of, coordinating those calls. It's, again, new for us, right? This is a new thing for our business. And so we have to still, it's still a learning curve for a lot of people, but we are really trying to get that message across so that folks are, they value the information, they look to us for information, they look to us for guidance. Within this framework, right? And so this last tier is the executive level. And so those are really the folks that, again, executive leadership, that are really the high-level decision makers that, they only get involved if it's really bad, right? If it's really, really bad, they're going to get involved because theoretically, everyone operationally below them should be able to handle the situation. But it could be an event such as it could be a reputational issue, right? Brand. It could be a patient safety issue. I mean, there's a lot of things that could rise to that level, but that's where we try to mitigate that, right? Coming back to mitigation enablers, we try to mitigate that as much as possible. So again, this is how we operate within our structure because we have to. We have to. We have no choice. It's too big, really, to do it any other way. So with that, I think I'm gonna hand it to Jess.
Right,
Sorry.
great. Does everyone hear me now? How about now? All right, okay. Thank you for the hand gestures. I appreciate it. I also like a good poll, so I may throw one in there. So be ready for it. Okay, so Michelle has given you guys a great breakdown. I'm sure you know all about CVS. I wish I had a presentation before starting there. I might have changed my mind. Just kidding. No, totally on board from day one. But it's really great to have an overview because it's a gigantic corporation, right? Many of you shop there. I know you love our receipts. I've seen the jokes on the Twitter. It's a thing. I don't tweet, but it's a thing. So here we are today to talk to you about how we've kind of taken our private sector jobs, but retained our public sector brains, as I've just started to call us. So we've come at this with a very different view than I think that even people within our own organization are coming from. So we get you guys. We get it. Our brains think like yours do. We have to figure out at the end of the day how to make sure that whatever the ultimate goal is, we are providing access to care, we're providing the services to those that need it in the time of need. And so really one of our primary initiatives in 2020 and 2019 and as far as we can possibly take it is to really kind of build out those public-private partnerships to ensure that we can maintain them moving forward and enhance them because the worst time to provide, hey, how's it going is in the middle of a disaster, right? Shouldn't be handing out a business card is, hey, I see you guys have a flood there. By the way, I'm Jess and I'm here to help. Like that's not how this runs. So really what we want to do on our day-to-day process, I'm going to walk you guys through it really quick, is really look to enhance and evolve that risk framework to make sure that those partners in our own organization know how we're going to be calling on them. So they are aware. They may jump in if there is a major crisis or event, but we need to make sure that their task lists are clear, that they have redundancy, right? So I could have a call with Jim, but if Jim's not available, I need to talk to John. And if John's not available, I need to talk to Amy. So I need to figure out redundancy. That's really one of the major players in what we do because there is a chance that Jim will be on vacation that week. We need to develop that all hazard resiliency planning. So like Michelle said, our brains are very focused on the natural hazards. However, that may not be the primary issue that week. We could have a horrific hurricane season. We could have a decent summer. We could have whatever it is, but a cyber breach in the middle of that can disrupt it all. So ensuring that not only our team is prepared, but everyone up and down the chain are also aware and know how to escalate and immediately respond to those issues. We'll go more into the fostering of public-private partnerships. So for those of you in the room that are from the public side, do you find yourselves ever calling on your private sector partners on these blue sky days just to say, hey, how's it going? Yes? Somewhat? Okay. Would you ever reach out to them during an emergency of some kind, just to kind of leverage, understand where their capabilities are during these events? Yes. How about from the private side? Would you ever reach out to your public sector partners on blue sky days? Maybe. How about on the days when things are going wrong? When the access is restricted? When the roads are closed? When you have to close your facilities? Would you reach out to them directly? Do you even know who to reach out to in the first place? Is that a gap? Knowing who the names are on the other side of the phone? Okay. All right. So it's not just us. It's good to know. One of the big things that we do, again, to make sure that we know kind of who the right players are during these events and pre-event, post-event, is really to conduct exercises so that everyone knows what their job is going to be, how they're going to be called upon. They know what to expect from us, and we know what to expect from them. So the exercise training is a really big part of what we do. It needs to be a bigger component. We certainly identify that. I think that folks in the room can say that, we do X amount of trainings a year, we have X amount of participants, but really what's the outcome to those? You identify gaps, but do you necessarily fulfill them? Do you rectify them in your improvement plan within a decent amount of time, or you just sort of see the same issues coming up over and over again? I know we've had that. We have had however many hurricanes Michelle and I joined CVS, and some of the same gaps persist. It requires a continued engagement and not just those conversations from June 1st to November 30th. Providing situational awareness. So like Michelle said, prior to our joining CVS and the growth of our entire group, situational awareness is something that people will do in the business lines. If there's an issue in retail, they will work it up the chain and they will get it dealt with. It will not be a problem.
Yeah,
However,
Yeah, no, that's very important, I think, for a lot of us, and I don't mean to jump in, but I think a lot of us think very, very vertically. You know, we run it up the chain, right? Like, that's just how we're built. But thinking horizontally, that's where we've had challenges, right? And I think we struggle with that.
Yep.
Not to anyone's fault, but I think, you know, thinking, how is what we're gonna decide gonna affect, you know, our partners, you know, on the outside, right? And not even on the outside, but internal partners, how is that gonna affect them as well? And so thinking both up and down and across is something that we have to work on.
Yeah, absolutely. So we create the reps, we disseminate those to our partners. I think the max we've ever hit is over 550 or so people in any given event. So that becomes a massive Excel spreadsheet. Yes, it is just that basic. We literally have lists of people that get copied and pasted into an Outlook, and boom, there's your message. Which is really, it's very simple. It's very easy. It gets information out to those that need it. But we're trying to enhance that capability. So we started to sort of take a note from our public sector partners. Many of you know the FEMA and the EOC Adobe Collaboration Room. I'm sure many of you use it on a regular basis. We've adopted that concept. We've now utilized that. We created Enterprise Coordination Collaboration Room so that we can update it on the fly. Because you know what? The moment I send out that sit rep, and I'm that poor sucker that gets to push send. And if there's an error, it falls to me at the end of the day. But I know the moment I hit that, it's already obsolete, right? The information that I'm sharing about the number of store closures at any given time, or the road that may have been closed at 3 o'clock but reopened at 5 o'clock, it's already outdated. So bringing the information to these people sort of where they sit is one of our other gigantic hurdles and obstacles that we need to overcome. I mean, I'm sure many of you experience that yourselves. You push off a sit rep, or you read a sit rep and you're like, well, this isn't right. I know for a fact that my building is in fact open or closed. And this road has been open for hours. What's going on here? It causes confusion. And the goal of our entire group is to alleviate that confusion, is to bring people together, not just internally, but also on the private side as well. As you'll see, look at it. I have tons of different. I don't want to waste too much time on this. Obviously, exercising is important. We try to participate in as many exercises as we either get invited to or inject ourselves into. Happy to participate if anyone has or knows of any fun exercises. You have a very willing participant, Michelle Burnett. She'll be more than happy to speak on behalf of the student.
I want to participate in the plume one, Director. Just saying. The plume one.
Yeah, so we're looking forward to that. That's really a big part of what we want to do. And we need to represent our business and our various, partners, just like we are here. So we're trying to get ourselves out there so that you know that CVS is not just your retail location. We're able to provide additional resources close to that. We have capabilities. We have ability to, propose and promote and support public pharmacies. We can actually get assistance to shelters in times of need to provide that access to care. It's been a model that we've been working on for a few years, and it's been immensely successful because all it takes is a little bit of technology and a couple of fantastically willing participants from our pharmaceutical side to kind of come together and provide a service out to the public on a regular basis when they can't get to the medications they might need, or even those dry goods. I need some snacks, but I can't necessarily get to a pharmacy because my car has now been flooded, or I can't access it because my entire neighborhood has been blocked off. So we're there to provide that support in a variety of ways. It really is just starts with a conversation, and for us to understand what the needs are at that local level so that we're making the most direct use. Anything you want to add? Or okay. I just don't want to keep us too long. We're wanting to do the good stuff. Okay, so in regards to the public-private partnerships, these are all very high pillars. You guys can easily understand them. We want to have the shared goals. We understand one another's risks. We want to share the resources that each of us have to offer and bring to the table. And obviously, at the end of the day, is providing a shared interest or objectives. So our major interest and objective, again, I will say it until I'm blue in the face, is access to care. It's access to care, it's the medication you need, it's the service you need, it's the support you're expecting from CVS, it's the support you're expecting in your time of need. At your most vulnerable moment, you need to be able to have that. And that's really what we're trying to do by building these relationships, not only with our public partners at the community level, or the county level, or the state level, but the federal level as well, so that folks can know that CVS will be available and we can expedite those issues as they're received.
Yeah, and just to add to that too, I think, like Jess mentioned, coming from the public sector and having that public sector helmet on for so long, you know, we in particular, and I can't speak for all public sector, you know, partners, but we were very entrenched in what we did. You know, we had a program, we had a focus, we had grants, and we had to meet our obligations, and so engaging with the private sector was never something we did. We didn't do it. We didn't do it. The only time we engaged with the private sector was during activation in the EOC, when we spoke to our private sector partners during activation, but we weren't talking. We were buzzing around like bees, trying to get information from them, but we didn't have that opportunity to really talk to them before. So for us, this is something that, I know it sounds very cliche, and the partnership, you know, a lot of people are throwing that out, you know, those buzzwords, but it really does make a difference, and especially coming at it from this side of the house now, seeing both sides, I think we really have this formidable advantage of seeing both sides of the fence. And so we hope to bring that, and we try to bring that, you know, into the conversations that we have with our partners when we speak to the communities and the states in particular, really starting at the state level, you know, so.
Yeah, we're seeing it as really not a private versus public, private with public. I mean, it's so corny, and I am the #1 person to make the corny comments, but I genuinely do believe that, and I see it, and the growth that our group has made coming from, obviously from REMA, and joining CVS in April of 2017. As you might have recalled, there was a decently busy hurricane season in 2017, so we're slammed over and over and over again. I don't know the business. I don't understand what goes on in this corporation. I am over my head 53 days activated straight. We're a team of 4, and we all had just started. We're brand new. So the only way is to literally play my public sector card and say, hi, I'm from CVS, I understand you're busy, and I appreciate where you're coming from. What we want to do is provide you X, Y, and Z. That got me in a lot further than, hey, we're CVS, you guys doing this? We need to know. No, you come at it from a person-to-person relationship. Corny, but it's true. So obviously the benefits, we don't need to necessarily hammer these home. I want to make sure that we really get you guys some great examples of our most recent ones, but really, okay, access to care, you put it in here, so, you know, it's for real, access to care. Strengthening partnerships in the health infrastructure so that everyone kind of knows who's looking out for what for each other during these events, before these events, after these events. We can come back and say, hey, this is how it worked out, this is how it didn't, let's figure out how we can improve it and kind of benefit one another moving forward. Accelerate the delivery and mobilization of commodities and services. So is that top of pharmacy? Is that the deployment of our mobile trailers? What is the best way to do that? Is it contacting couriers ahead of time to ensure that they have alternate routes available? Do they know how they have backup vendors if their couriers are unavailable? What does that look like? Do we need to pre-stage product in another location and identify those well ahead of time? Do we need pods? What does that look like? Increase the community ownership so they know what they should be responsible for in regards to public health care. Is it local health, public health authorities? Is it your state public health department? What is that within your own jurisdiction? Because coming from Rhode Island and our, you know, home rule state, it's a very different story than working with Louisiana folks, or working in Texas, or working in California. And it's been incredibly eye-opening for me to really understand what the community capabilities are across the nation and how different and unique each of them are. So we're learning a lot. I'm exchanging skills and between public and private sector, obviously moments like this. So please, if I need to capture something better in a future conversation, or I need to describe something better, find me today. I'll be here all day. I'm more than happy to take it in and learn. With wide range of services and avoiding duplication. So you saw what it is that our company is responsible for. There probably are other companies that are doing similar work. We want to make sure that even within our own organization, we're on the same page, but also we're not duplicating the efforts or asking the same questions as another department within our own group. And then improving the sharing of risks and responsibilities. So what are your risks? How do you manage them? How should we manage them? How do we assist one another in sort of mitigating them or eliminating that loss altogether? And if we can't mitigate it, how do we respond to it effectively? And in a timely manner, because really, in these moments, time is of the essence. Back to you.
All right, so we're going to talk a little bit about gray sky days, and these for us, like Jess just mentioned, 2017, and we have a slide actually that speaks to that in particular, so I don't want to get too far into 2017, but, we have been, basically thrown headfirst, into these events, and, as you see on the screen, some statistics on them, right? So just 2018 and 2019 alone, just two different types of hazards on the bottom. Overall, we had about 50 or so, natural, I think ones that we categorize as natural hazard events, right? And on the bottom, you'll see about 13 hurricanes, tropical storms, et cetera, that we manage both on the Atlantic and the Pacific side, right? So we're not just thinking about the Atlantic hurricane season, we're also thinking about the Pacific hurricane season, which is actually a little bit different, right? Dates are a little bit different. And the storms are a little bit different, right? I mean, obviously, the risk itself is very different, right? I mean, we've got Hawaii, but logistically, thinking about Hawaii is a whole different conversation for us, because if we're thinking about getting commodities over to the islands, how far in advance do we have to plan for that, right? So there's a lot of different components to it, but we've gotten better. We've gotten better at the natural hazards, and we've gotten better at the notice events. So we're getting there, we're on a scale of 1 to 10, I'd say I don't know where we are, but
You can't just throw it out there and then
I'd
not
say
say
we're better
it.
than we were, right, 3 years ago. I'm gonna say that. But with the no notice events, that's where it's going to be a challenge for everyone, right? Notice events, we can partially activate, we can fully activate, we can get our stuff in order, we can have our IAP, we know who's doing what. But have an earthquake, right, on the Cascadia Fault, that's gonna be tremendously debilitating for us. How would we respond to that, right? And so that's where we have to really pay a lot of focus. And I think a lot of us have to do that, right? It's for the no-notice events that are going to actually cripple our infrastructure in every conceivable way, right? And so those are the things that we really want to start to focus on, in particular this year. So what do we do? What are the things that we do during these gray sky days? So information sharing, Jess mentioned it. It's key, right? Information is key, and we have to do a good job and even a better job sharing information. So how do we do that? We provide our store closure lists, right? So everyone wants to know, are pharmacies open, which ones are open, when they're going to be open, when they're going to potentially close, because they need to get medication. They need to get commodities, over-the-counter goods, et cetera. So that retail store operational list is provided. We provide that to a couple of different partners. Healthcare Ready gets that from us, and also Sabre. Right? I know probably a lot of you are familiar with Sabre. We provide that information to both those entities so that can be, posted. And so a lot of folks, who are interested in that information, they can go onto the websites and they can bring that down, right? And they can either download it, they can look at it, so they have visibility on the pharmacies that will be open and closed and, when that occurred. So we share that information on those platforms. Just mentioned the NBEOC. We rightfully replicated the NBEOC Adobe Connect room to meet our needs. So we are actively utilizing that. We actually utilized it this past season for a couple of different events. Jess will talk about that, but it's such a great collaboration tool, and we find a lot of value in that. And we're really just getting started, utilizing that and being able to leverage that within the enterprise. And we also participate on the call. So the NBEOC not only has the room itself, but the calls. We participate in the calls, we listen in, share information, et cetera. And so that's been very helpful for us. And then last but not least is really the public sector collaboration. So knowing what's going on, reaching out to the folks that we've already made contact with, hopefully, within the state, whether it be the emergency management agency or department, the local health department, and maybe even getting a little bit more specific and going down to potentially a county, right? If it's a very small area, right? It might be a county level incident. Whatever it is, it's communication, it's outreach to those folks. And so saying, hey, and we do this proactively. So if we see something spinning up, in the Atlantic or the Pacific, let's say the Pacific, right, and we have a couple of days lead time before something hits landfall in Hawaii, we're reaching out to our, our volunteer, our public sector liaison, Marcia, and we'll email Marcia and say, listen, we're gearing up, we're here to support you, let us know what you need. That's it. Which is a quick touch point, but just letting her know that we're positioned, we're activated, we're standing by, and we're ready to help with whatever she may need, right? She may have shelter, she may have some other need, but whatever it is, she knows we're ready to assist if needed. Access and reentry. I know we're going to have a talk later on this morning about reentry, but this is something that we have worked through this process over the past couple of years because, as everyone knows, reentry, it's critical. We have to get people in there when it's safe to do so, right? But how do we do that appropriately if we can't get in? So all states do it very differently. So that's something that I know FEMA is really good at sharing, the credential and the reentry information by state, and how they approach that, if they even approach it. Some don't have a credentialing system. Some do. Some have a very, kind of loosey-goosey system. Some have a more standardized system. It differs. But understanding for us, understanding which states have what, has been very important for us because we have logistics and we have suppliers and we have, trucking companies and lots of freight that has to move across the country, particularly during events, to support and, basically, restock shelves, right? So we have to get people in, couriers in, our colleagues into stores to reopen if it's safe to do so, if they have power. So reentry has become a very big issue for us, and we're excited to hear the presentation later this morning on that. And then it's hard to see the last one, but it says resource pharmacy support. So again, coming back to the pop-up pharmacy, that Jess mentioned earlier, that's something that we, again, continuing to evolve the theoretical, shell of it. We have established it. We've leveraged it a couple of times, but this is one of the things that I think has a lot of potential, to really utilize during events and disasters when pharmaceutical support is needed and there are no means to get folks who are in shelters to a store, right? You're not going to necessarily bus them. You may not be able to bus them there, right? But how do you do that? And so the pharmacy, the pop-up shelter is a concept that we can talk about a little bit later too, that has really grown quite a bit of legs, so that we can leverage that, moving forward. And then other requests and commodity, requests that we in fact get, whether it be, it can be anything as water, pallets of water, like Jess mentioned, over-the-counter commodities, things like that. And so we are really the receptacle for a lot of those requests, and then we coordinate with our corporate and social responsibility teams to engage, make donations, et cetera, with communities or states, as needed. This is you? Oh, this is me. Oh, jeez. Okay. So, okay, no question. So this slide, and again, we apologize for it being a little dated, but 2017 was a pretty significant year for us. Again, we had just started. We were still green to the business, not green to natural disasters or hurricanes necessarily, because we had dealt with, we've been through Sandy. We responded to that. But for this particular season, we were activated, like just mentioned, I think it was 53 days, because we had, oh gosh, Harvey. Harvey in itself was just a beast of an event, right? It lingered, the flooding, the inability to access anything. And this is actually the first event in which we optimized the pop-up pharmacy concept. We had folks that were in areas that were completely flooded. It didn't have the ability to get in or out except by duck boat. And so we had to leverage that. We had to leverage the pharmacies, the concept. And so what we did was we actually stood up a pop-up pharmacy in George Brown Convention Center so that folks who were in that shelter could go up, they could hand the pharmacist either their empty bottle, or if they had a prescription on them, they would, using technology that we provided, we deployed laptops, we deployed MiFis, we got the IT, folks to connect us to our system, our pharmacy system, so that they could actually fill the prescription, and then we had runners from the field actually go to the store that was the closest operational store and bring those prescriptions back. right? So you don't necessarily need a mobile pharmacy, right? And so this is something that, I think we need to do a better job in communicating to, to jurisdictions that, they always ask for the mobile pharmacy. When can you get the mobile pharmacy here? And it's not always the best answer. It sounds really fancy, like I want the mobile pharmacy, it sounds great. But realistically, it may not be. It's not as agile. You need a place for it. You need fuel for it. You obviously need electricity for it. You need to be able to stock it. And so it takes days. And depending upon, we only have a few of them, right? So CVS has a few. And so depending upon where they're situated in the country, it could take days to even drive it there, let alone get the license, so licensing, deal with the licensing board to get that license, and then stock it, and then start dispensing. It could be over a week, right? You could have something up and running in 2 days with a pop-up pharmacy, much more agile and flexible. So this is where we kind of ran that to ground. We test drove it at Harvey, and it seemed to work. It seemed to work pretty well. So we were very busy, as you can see. But then, after Harvey, we actually, we had a couple other ones as well. Irma. Irma was a nice one. Different storm, very different event. Obviously, much more power related. Obviously, much more centralized in Florida, but very big power event, right? So that was something that was a little bit different than Harvey. Harvey was with flooding. Irma was not really flooding. Didn't really have the flooding with Irma. And you had Maria, and we all know what happened, right? We, in fact, CVS has one specialty pharmacy in Puerto Rico that was heavily impacted, right? The structure itself wasn't impacted, but the infrastructure, they couldn't do business. And so specialty pharmacy, again, these are the medications that people rely on for sustainment, right? Chronic disease, chronic illness, long-term care folks that need their medication. So we actually wound up having to coordinate a couple of flights down there to bring these medications down, even when the airports were not even open. They hadn't even opened the airports yet, but people needed medication. And so we were able to coordinate those deliveries because folks down there needed it, which was very hard. There was no communication. And the infrastructure was just decimated. So these are the types of things that we, throughout this particular season, we got to drink from a fire hose all season. Very different events, very, very important. A lot of good lessons learned. I'd say we learned a lot. A lot of really important things. And one of the things too that I don't want to lose sight of are our colleagues, right? Like the CVS colleagues, and that's something that we take very seriously, the health and safety of our colleagues. And so we are always kind of on the front lines advocating for making sure they get notifications, they get messaging. We have something called CVS Alert, which is basically it's an Everbridge tool. We branded it CVS Alert. We can send emergency notifications to our colleagues, right? We can poll them, making sure they're okay, right? Making sure that we have accountability for our folks. Let's say they're in an evacuation area. We want to make sure they're okay, their families are okay. And then when they're situated, right, if something's passed, that we always advocate, make sure you're good, and then get in touch, with your supervisor, your manager, right? And then you guys can have a conversation about getting back to work. But let's make sure everyone, you and your family, are safe. Right? That is always number one. Anything else on this slide? You good on this one? All right. So Jess is going to talk about yes, that's correct.
So I know everyone has another hour to talk about yes, right? No, I'm totally kidding. I'm joking. I'm joking. It's late, I promise. I'll try this very high level. By a whole hands now, I'm going to have participation. Who's familiar with the public safety power shutoff in California? You've all seen the news. You know it was a thing. It was a thing for us too. So I really could dive in deep, but I won't. So highest level is, this really is a form of mitigation, right? Yay, mitigation. Not so great power being shut off to an undetermined amount of people in a potentially affected area that could deal with a wildfire at any time. Not ideal, not great. Didn't especially work out the best. However, so our team was responsible for kind of engaging our business partners, being familiar with what the public safety power shutoff is. So this is really a mitigation effort being put into effect after the devastating seasons of 2017 and 2018, where the largest public utilities in California, PG&E, SDG&E, and SCE, Pacific Gas and So we've all seen the NOAA maps. They're fantastic. They identify where that most critical fire weather is going to be. It's based on wind speeds. It's based on duration. It's based on the amount of rain, the possibility of wildfire spreading in the event of some sort of spark, for lack of a better way to say it. So really our team was responsible for kind of disseminating this information. We would intake the information from these public companies. They would literally send an email saying, there's a probability that there may be X amount of stores or customers shut off during this time period. That's maybe 48 hours out. 36 hours out, we get another email saying there's X amount of stores. They would sort of refine that list. We may start at 500 and then work your way down to 200 and then work our way down to 24 hours. It would be 48 stores. And then we get an instant notification saying there are X amount of stores being shut off. We'll let you know when it comes back on. Because the problem is, the issue was, and the problem we have to kind of convey to our team, externally, internally, whatever it happened to be, is that they have to do assessments to ensure that none of the infrastructure was damaged after these wind events. And it wound up being a very impactful component of it. So the wind speeds have subsided. Everything, in theory, could have been restored within a few hours, even in some cases. However, it took potentially days. So for range-wise, we have 1,200 assets, CBS assets in California. 1,200. During one of the largest duration events, which was from the 26th through October 26th through November 3rd, there was a story out there that about 1 million people had their power turned off. That really affected us in a variety of ways. It affected our operations, our non-retail facilities, it affected our retail facilities, our ability to support the community in the time of need. It affected our colleagues. They were not necessarily able to get to work because they didn't have the power, they had to shelter. They were not necessarily aware of how to be able to get a hold of their managers in those moments. And so really, I could probably talk for hours on this. And so it really became kind of an instantaneous response. It was us being familiar enough with the partners in the California Office of Public Safety, the business resiliency group that was out there was feeding information to us to be able to disseminate it out for our situation reports, and being agile, right? Being quick enough to understand who the most important players were. And I have to give Michelle kudos. She doesn't like when I do this, but now I'm in front of you, so she can't get mad. Really, thanks to her work kind of coordinating with those California partners in, I want to say April or May of 2019, she was able to kind of create that relationship so that we were on those listservs first. You know, we received those notifications just along with other business partners, but really for CVS to get in on that, and we were able to kind of implement processes and procedures in our own shop, in our own operations center, so that we knew what to do when those emails came in. We weren't just looking at each other saying, oh man, this could be really bad. We probably should tell someone. We were able to coordinate with our retail partners, with our non-retail locations, with our shared services partners, so they knew what to do ahead of time. And so, thanks, Michelle. You made life a lot easier when she was actually out of town during that long duration event. So that was good. Welcome. And I could really keep going on this one for a while, but I want to give Michelle enough time to talk about really one of the biggest initiatives that we have coming up in 2020, which I hope you enjoy as much as she does.
So just to add really quickly, just to this, again, this is such an unorthodox type of hazard, right? Like, who would have thought? Like, this isn't something that we would never have planned for this, right? It's not on our list. We have power outages.
We have power outages
On our
short
list.
duration.
But, generally power outages are no notice, right? No notice, but this is large scale power rolling, even like a rolling blackout type of thing, right? For days.
No one has enough
For
generators
days.
for that.
And no, we don't have generators in our stores. We have them in a few stores, in the southern part of the country, but we don't have them in every single store, right? So definitely a different type of hazard, different type of challenge that we had to grapple with. So last but not least, this is actually our last slide, and I know we're running up on time, but this is something that we wanted to talk about briefly because it is really important. And it's something that we are really, really, really incredibly excited about, is a partnership unlike any other we've had recently. And this is something that we have been in contact with ASPR. So they have approached us a little while ago, a few months ago, on a project called The Last Mile. And this is something that I know has been, kind of in the works for a while, building the structure around it, building the components to it, and a lot of the meat of the program. But, in terms of joining and, engaging in this project, we were asked to join. And we got approval from our leadership, particularly on the retail side, because of course I'm all in. I get volunteered, I'm like, I'm in, but of course I'm not the decision maker. So I have to run it to ground, get approval, and our field leadership, they were very excited. They were genuinely excited to participate, and they said it's a no-brainer. Like, why wouldn't you do this, right? So what is this program? What is it? Has anyone heard of it? Please hands. Who has heard of Last Mile? Obviously, Greg, thank you. A few folks, wonderful. Okay, so what is this? So basically it's a partnership in between a private sector company, potentially, right? And really it is with the local health officials, right? ASPR is the facilitator of it, and they lead the way, but at the end of the day, it's utilizing existing infrastructure to augment dispensing capability for whatever it is, right? So for this particular example, the situation is an aerosolized anthrax attack, right? And so we'd be handing out, doxy over the counter, and we'd be dispensing that. And that's the scenario, but this is a transferable process, right? So once we can get this process down, we can do it for anything, right? But it's working with the local health officials, the local health departments to figure out the best way to leverage existing infrastructure, basically a retail footprint, and making that retail footprint, that store, an open pod for dispensing, right? How do we do that? And how do we do it effectively? How do we do it repeatably, right? How can we leverage that in multiple communities? So we're starting this process. We just finalized our list of areas that we're going to start in. And so we've identified 5 metropolitan areas that we're starting in that we're actively interested in participating. And so we had our first call with them recently, and then we're going to we're starting on the East Coast, and we're going to really move our way across the country. And so we're really, really excited. And it's really, again, fostering that public-private partnership. But again, at the end of the day, who is it benefiting? It's benefiting the community, right? They can get what they need quicker. We don't have enough bodies to dispense during a large-scale public health emergency. It's just not feasible, right? I mean, I don't think many people can say with confidence they are absolutely 100% ready to do this. So we are here to start the process, start the discussion, the conversation, so we can help the local health officials predominantly, right? These are local. We're not at the state level on this. We're actually at the local metropolitan level, right? These are large metro areas that we're starting in because it's a little bit of a smaller. We can kind of test drive it, we make sure it works, and then we can branch out from there. So really, the outcome of this whole project is to not only increase the resiliency of the community. It's to increase the resiliency of everyone, right? Of all of our customers, our community members, and really the areas that are impacted to begin with. So that's really that's a very high level overview, and I know we are really right on time. And so that leaves us with 3 minutes for questions. So I just want to thank everybody. Thank you for having us here.
Good morning.
Morning.
First of all, congratulations. You've gone from 0 to 60 in about 2 years. I know the feeling. 2 questions for you. Have you looked at the landscape of your multiple locations and determined which ones are critical and assess them to say, these are the ones that we want to consider for some, enhanced power capability that is independent of the various partners that you mentioned? And then the second one is, it seems most of the disasters that the people in this room handle are not at the level of the NBOC being open. Your model seems to be state to state. Are there opportunities for partnerships when there are 2 or 3 states affected, the NBOC's not open, and you need to deconflict where and how you deliver your services? Thank you.
No, thank you. Those are great questions. So the first question, let me get to that one first. So we have historically done some preemptive mitigation work for the sites that are the most critical. So the sites that we deem the most critical, whether it be our distribution centers, we would deem them very critical. They cannot stop, working. And then also our specialty pharmacies and our mail order pharmacies, those to me would be probably the most critical, and they all have generators. So all of those facilities do in fact have backup generation, which is fantastic, right? Power, kicks off, and then transfer switch, it comes right back on, right? So they have that redundancy, but a lot of the other, let's say corporate buildings don't necessarily have that. So we're starting to look at, that, like higher level threat hazard, like that vulnerability assessment for the enterprise to see, okay, so which ones we would still be critical, but may not have that, have that redundancy. So we're working on that. We have definitely not lost sight of that. That's very important for us. And we have to work with teams that we ordinarily wouldn't work with. So, our facilities team, our real estate team, to figure out, and start to get even further ahead of that with new buildings. New buildings that may be, coming online that we have no visibility to. So, no, that's a great question. And then the second question, the NVEOC, so we use that tool right now as an internal tool. So we use it for all of our crisis management team. So anyone within our crisis management teams, our operational leaders, and then basically anyone within our business has access to that room. So we haven't actually leveraged it to states yet, but that's something we could absolutely, we could start to think about. But it may have to be, kind of depending upon the sensitivity and the nature of the information that we're sharing. We could absolutely, potentially build something, a different room, right? Because we have a couple of different rooms that we actually, that we own now. So there's nothing to say that we couldn't leverage that tool for states as well. There might be a regional, impact, and we could bring in a couple of, absolutely. We're actually going to leverage it for the last mile. So yeah, so absolutely, we could certainly do that. A lot of opportunity. Thanks for the idea. Thank you.
Good morning. Wonderful presentation. Thank you very much. Quick question and a comment. My first question is, how best can an EOC or a Health Operations Center reach out to the 24/7 CBS Ops Center?
So good one. That's a great question. You want to answer that one?
Oh, yeah, sure. So we have a phone number, we have a hotline, we also have a direct email address that's actually, should I just say it? I post it. So our email address, for those of you on your computer or phones, I see you writing, write it down. It's ERR_command_center@cbshealth.com. That's amazing. We just told the most amount of people I've ever told that email. There you go. That's wonderful. And then our phone number for that direct line is not the hotline. I wouldn't do the hotline. 770-7707. Ooh, okay, a lot of sevens in this one. So the other phone number, the direct phone number to get a body is live people manning those desks, 401-770-7707. That is not a trick. I had to double check.
And we have folks, at our operations desk 24/7.
Yes.
So we have two folks there, an information analyst, a threat analyst there, 3 shifts every day. And so there's always someone, at the phone. It's basically our emergency hotline intake. Is where all the calls from any facility, retail, non-retail, any emergency, the goal is to get that, right to us, and then we deal with that.
I'm going to go rogue for a second.
Yep.
If there are any other distribution lists out there that you feel as though we may be appropriate partners to kind of be involved with,
That's not.
add us, please. We're more than happy to. Either just reach out to us directly or contact the mailbox. We'll let them know.
I guess that's leading to my next point, which is a comment. I'm really excited to hear about the pilot program and the results of the pilot program. I would also argue the benefits of expanding that program to a rural community.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. No, there's so much opportunity there, and we're
So early.
we're
so exciting.
We're just getting started, so I think there's a lot to do. Yeah. No, thank you.
All right. Well, on behalf of IAEM Region 1 and the conference committee, let's give a round of applause to Michelle and Jessica. Thank you so much. Hold on, just got a couple seconds. for you. Don't run away too quick.
I like peasants.
Yeah, see, I see, this is not on. Michelle is a CEM, so this certificate as a presentation, you get credit for your renewal of the CEM.
That's what you wanted.
Thanks so much. All right, I believe we're on a break for 10 minutes, so please, there's coffee in the back and a few more goodies. Please visit our vendors, and we'll reconvene here and get started at 11:45. You'll have an opportunity at lunch to buy more raffle tickets for the Scholarship Commission. There's a few items on the table up front that we're raffling off, and also doing a 50-50 raffle. All right. Our next presentation is preparing for access and reentry after a disaster. We have a number of folks joining us today, a panel being led by George Renteria, Chief Emergency Services Section, Infrastructure Security Division, Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency with the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. Serving as Emergency Services Section Chief within the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency, Infrastructure Security Division. Mr. Renteria has been a member of the department since 2012, joined the Emergency Services Section in 2014. He's a certified project management professional and a level 1 professional continuity practitioner with a well-rounded background in critical infrastructure protection, strategic, and incident management. George is Peter Piccirillo, Executive Director, Business Network of Emergency Resources, Corporate Emergency Access System. Peter's been the Business Network of Emergency Resources since 2004. Under his leadership, BNET's Corporate Emergency Access System, a post-disaster control program geared toward the private sector, has grown to encompass 9 Peter has over 20 years of hands-on emergency management experience. He's a retired sergeant of the New York City Police Department, the former director and founder of the Public-Private Initiative Section for New York City Emergency Management, where he pioneered programs to bridge the gap between public-private sectors that are still in use today. Also joining George is Scott Derby, currently serves as the Vice President and Regional Security Manager for State Street Corporation. Scott has been with the State Street Corporation since 2007. Scott oversees security operations at sites across the Americas region and also manages 3 global programs, life safety travel risk management, and executive security. Scott is also a member of the company's incident response team. Scott came to State Street from the Museum of Fine Arts in Boston, where he was the Director of Protective Services, began his career in the United States Air Force, and spent 10 years as a security forces officer working in law enforcement, anti-terrorism, and base defense. And last but never least, joining George and the others is Stuart Freeman. He's a project manager for the Rhode Island Emergency Management Agency, where he leads emergency management projects related to technology as well as the business community. Earlier in his career, he worked in the technology industry, employed at both mainstream and startup companies in New England and California. Stuart started his career in the public sector when he came to Rhode Island in 2004 to work for Rhode Island Economic Development Corporation. In 2015, Stuart moved to REMA to launch the Rhode Island Alliance for Business Resilience, a self-governed public-private partnership focused on improving the resilience of Rhode Island businesses and local communities. With that, I will turn it over to George and the panel. And
thank you. Thank you to everyone and IAEM for inviting us here to speak on this topic, one that we think is very important. And by listening to the other presentation, I think it dovetails nicely with what we're all sort of talking about today, and that is preparing for access and reentry after a disaster. Now, as mentioned, I'm George Renteria from the Department of Homeland Security, Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency. And before we get started, I'd like to, once again, just thank the panelists for being here today. So thank you, Pete, thank you, Stuart, and thank you, Scott. Now, before we hear from the panelists, what I'd like to do is give you a little background on today's topic. So for many of you, the idea of access and reentry is not a new issue. For many of you, it probably dates back to Hurricane Katrina, and for some of you, probably even before then. What we're essentially talking about here is how does a state or local jurisdiction manage the flow of response and recovery resources that are necessary for following a disaster, while still limiting those individuals and organizations that it's not yet ready to let in. And we know that controlling access and managing reentry is important in assisting communities to respond to and recover from emergencies. Additionally, the management of access and reentry is particularly important, as was mentioned earlier, during those events that require significant population evacuations. And this is to ensure the coordination of both public and private sector response and recovery assets, restoration of critical infrastructure and essential public services, and in some cases, the flow of essential or life-enabling commodities, as well as to assist the community members back into the area following the disaster. So our organization started looking at this issue late in December 2016. And this is primarily because we were prompted by our partners who are within the emergency services sector. And what we saw was that there was no standard or interoperable process being used to manage access and reentry throughout the United States. In fact, at that time, there was very few states or jurisdictions that actually had access programs. And the majority of those programs really did not account for any of the recovery assets that are coming from outside of the jurisdiction. Additionally, the issue of the challenge of post-disaster access from private sector has been identified by all 16 critical infrastructure sectors as a sort of an enduring issue for both response and recovery operations. So what you see in the figure there to the right is a summary of the access programs that were known to exist as of 2016. And this comes out of a really well-done report by Healthcare Ready, short title, Access Denied. And what I want you to take away from the figure is that the gray areas at that time represented states that had no known access program as part of the emergency operations plan or any other means. The yellow represents those states that were known to have statewide access programs. Black and yellow represents a state that was in the development of building a program. Since then, Washington State has put into effect its program. And then blue represented states where, or I should say areas where there was more of a local or county program. So an example would be New York City had an access reentry program, but the state of New York did not. In addition, there was a lack of national level guidance. So there's some publications that were out there, particularly from FEMA, that spoke to access or access and reentry, but they did not describe how you actually develop an access program. They did not talk about how do you manage access and reentry. And so that's where it brought our organization in, working with the Emergency Services Sector Partnership, and we formed what was known as the Crisis Event Response and Recovery Access, or CERA initiative. And out of that, we developed what's known as the CERA framework. Now, just briefly touch on it, because I really want to hear the panelists more than I want to hear myself speak. So the main purpose for the CERA initiative was to examine access and reentry from a cross-sector perspective to develop a common access management process. And so what we looked at was who requires access, who grants and coordinates access, and then what was the end state that we'd be looking to achieve. Now, once again, this is looking from a cross-sector perspective. So it's not just access. Access happens every day. What we're looking at is how do you achieve cross-jurisdictional interoperability. Sorry, I'm a little bit on slides. So I'll give you a chance to look at that one. So what came out of the working group was the CERA framework. And once again, just briefly touching on it. Its intended purpose was to enable any jurisdiction to develop its own access program utilizing recommended best practices and a common process approach. So what I tell people when I speak about the topic is think of it as a how-to guide. So if you're a state or local jurisdiction looking to develop an access program, think of the CERA framework as a how-to guide. Discusses roles and responsibilities, access planning considerations, best practice recommendations, et cetera. And so that's my pitch. And I really want to hear from the panelists. So, Pete, why is creating public partnerships important?
Well, when we first started examining this, BNet, which is the Business Network of Emergency Resources, was part of a
federally funded study. This happened 20 years ago, this study. And the purpose of the study was to bring the government and business together and try to figure out what were the major impediments to business recovery following a major disaster. So the study was completed, and it was do I need to? I'm sorry, get that. So the study was completed, and it came out with its major recommendations. The number one recommendation in that study was that businesses can't recover because government won't let them recover. They keep them out. It's just easier to keep people out than allow people in, and there was no process to deciding who should come and who should go. When it comes to partnerships, what we realized was that programs like this can't be developed in a vacuum, so to speak. You can't go and I'm going to create this access program. What they did was they took members of the public sector and the private sector, and they had a series of discussions and meetings and decided how they would develop an access and reentry program. That program is currently known as SEAS today, but the importance of having law enforcement at the table, emergency management at the table, and the private sector at the table is invaluable because everybody has their own individual needs and requirements, and they all have to be put out on the table before a program can be developed and deployed. Okay. Yeah. Oh, cool. Okay. So a lot of you might recognize that picture. That's Springfield, Mass. After the tornadoes a number of years back. Any of you who were there, and we were there shortly afterward, it was a mess. And nobody would have thought that could have ever happened. An event like that could have ever happened in Springfield, Massachusetts. So I figured we would kind of set the stage by showing that, stuff like this happens everywhere. All right. Oops. Oh, I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay. So very quickly, oh, yeah, sorry. I'm on the wrong one. I'm on my own. Yeah. There it is. Okay. Sorry about that. So very quickly, BNet was formed out of the study I spoke about. The private sector part of that study, the folks that took part in that study, decided that they were going to take the recommendations of this study and not let it sit on a shelf and collect dust. They formed a 501c3 nonprofit, and their purpose was to, those are misspelling, purpose of relieving the government burden by encouraging joint efforts between the public and private sectors. The goal of establishing an emergency access control program to benefit affected communities. The effort of BNet primarily focused on the relationship between the government and the private sector. So when we first started talking about these programs back in 2000, and we sat down with government and we started to hash this out, it was clear that, government said, this is a good idea. And we understand the purpose, but we don't have the manpower, the money, or the time to sit down and develop these programs. And this is where BNet stepped in. So they formed the nonprofit. We gleaned from the private sector that the private sector was willing to contribute to this process in the form of providing funding the program. And when I say funding the program, it's not like they're giving us money, but the private sector funds the program through membership fees in the program. We would handle all of the central office coordination of this program. So essentially all government really had to do was put in the sweat equity to develop an SOP for their program. It's very important, and we're starting to talk about this a lot. 20 years ago, nobody talked about how important the private sector was to community resiliency. Government took it upon their shoulders. We're going to fix everybody. We're going to feed everybody. We're going to shelter everybody. But they didn't realize that there was a pool of resources that was sitting at their fingertips in the private sector who was willing to come out and help and commit to helping communities get back, be resilient and get back to where they were.
over the years, I mean, we've refined the idea that the private sector really owns and operates most of the lifelines in our communities today, whether it be fuel or cash or medical services. Obviously, utilities. You all work with utilities on a regular basis, but other things like food. We talk about education as like it's a commodity, but when you see the connection to getting schools back up and running, everything is all tied together. It's all interconnected. So restoring the private sector's ability to provide these vital services following a disaster, lessens the burden on government. And essentially, you're taking the goal here is to take your disaster-impacted community and move them from dependent to independent. And we realize the best way to do that is helping businesses recover, helping those lifelines that people rely upon every single day to recover. So the question was, how are we going to do it? How could we develop this program so that we can provide priority access to critical business employees and folks to be able to get into their facilities and begin the recovery process or to maintain important business processes. So like I referred to previously, we see it as a triangle of a partnership, and that's where BNETS kind of sits in the middle of that partnership. Our goal is to bring these folks to the table, law enforcement, private sector, emergency management, find out what everybody's needs are. And as emergency managers, we need to take a big picture view of an event. And the part of that big picture view is the private sector's recovery. It's not on the. I put it up here, and it's still, as George showed you that picture, which was dated. It's still not on the radar of a lot of governments. Folks don't really see that. We'll figure it out. We'll do it by the seat of our pants when it happens. Well, when you're in a metropolitan city like Manhattan, and you're trying to restrict access to Lower Manhattan, south of Canal Street, and you've got scores of international business headquarters, stock exchanges, commodities exchanges, especially in these urban areas. It's not such a simple process. Everybody needs access. That's what we found out. Everybody needs access, but who are the real critical ones? How do we sift through to determine who's essential and who is not? So that's basically why we developed the SEAS program. So one size doesn't fit all, and the reason why I say that is it's very difficult when we look at Sarah. Sarah's trying to set a national standard for access control programs. And it's an admirable thing, and the framework is actually a really, really good document. But there's lots of little competing needs that occur when you want to develop these programs. Not only the needs of the folks that are working in the process, emergency management has their needs, law enforcement has their needs, private sector. We found that navigating legal requirements can sometimes be very, very tricky. Especially in the Northeast. SEAS started, which I'll talk about in a second, in Boston and Cambridge and New York. And I can't think of, between New York and Boston and D.C., I can't think of two more litigious cities probably in the world. So folks are very concerned about liability and who's insured and how are we going to be protected if somebody gets hurt. Once you get the lawyers in the mix, then things start getting a little crazy. So it's difficult when you develop a program, and if you want to develop an interoperable program, you have to take these things into account. You have to create operational baselines that are common, kind of like what Sarah does, a lot of common operational baselines. But you have to have the need to customize these to meet the user's needs. And the SEAS program was kind of built around this concept. So just my final slide, I'll just talk a little bit about the SEAS program in New England. And so it's been active here since 2004. The first program was in Boston in 2004. Cambridge followed shortly after that. Then Providence, Rhode Island decided to adopt the program as well. Recently, we've expanded these programs statewide in Massachusetts, initially under Kurt Schwartz, now under Samantha Phillips, and in Rhode Island, initially under Pete Gaynor, now under Mark Pappas, to extend those programs across the state. With the SEAS program, there's always no cost to the jurisdiction. So BNet essentially is a central producer of credentials. Being a centralized producer, we maintain a central clearinghouse, a clearinghouse or database of our credentials. So any SEAS jurisdiction is, in fact, interoperable. They all have the same baseline of operation, but each has some minor little different requirements. And it's designed and adapted to your needs. So what's important to one jurisdiction is not important to another jurisdiction. Not everybody is exactly the same, and we've internalized that. We realize that when we create programs, that we have to be sensitive to the needs. If the program doesn't meet the needs of the jurisdiction, you really have nothing. The program is currently based as a hard card credential-based system, and we're currently exploring alternatives to that as we move forward to bring some more just-in-time credentialing into the picture. But ultimately, the SEAS program itself has been self-sustaining for almost 20 years now, with businesses contributing and essentially paying for the program, and government's getting the benefit of the program for no cost. But in the end, when you're developing an access control program, the main thing is you're going to get out of the program what you put into the program. If you create the program and you walk away from it, you're not going to have a completely effective program. But we have found that we've installed safeguards into some programs that, these programs are not everyday use type items. And as you all know, anybody who's dealt with emergency management software of any kind, if you don't use it all the time, there's always a learning curve when you're coming back to it. So it's important that if you do develop a program, or if you do adopt a program like SEAS in your community, that you stand behind it and you support it, periodically throughout the year, so folks are aware of it and understand that it's out there for their use. With that, thank you very much. Thanks for inviting us too. I should have started with that.
Thank you. Stuart, thank you for representing the Rhode Island Emergency Management Agency. From an emergency management perspective, why is access management important?
All right, so thank you, and thanks for having me in the panel here. We've talked a lot about private-public partnerships in the last hour and the need for partnership with the private sector from a government point of view. And I guess you could say that Rhode Island's trying to do its part, because my job is in place and the work that I do is specifically focused, among other things, on developing the relationship with the private sector. So, and some of these comments are just from my own experience, having moved from the private sector into the public sector. There's like two different languages, two different sets of goals that come about in that relationship. But over the last few years, with a huge amount of different disasters and events that have occurred in the United States, you could just feel the pulse of both the Federal Emergency Management Agency, the states, and the private sector feeling that need to start partnering together. And so I'm a result of that, and I'm going to talk. My comments are going to be taken from that point of view. So when we talk about credentialing, we've looked at it from three different points of view, and since I've been sitting up here, yet one more. But this is about business first responders. So it's an interesting statement or an interesting term, but what we've discovered and what we've started to understand and start to embrace, if you will, in the state of Rhode Island, is that, just like Peter said, the critical infrastructure and the resources that exist in the state, for the most part, mostly belong to the private sector. And then the question is, how do you get the private sector involved in your discussions and your emergency management response and the like? And so one of the things that the state of Rhode Island did was actually provide a seat for the private sector in the State Emergency Operations Center, ESF 18, if you will. And it's actively part of our emergency response plan and the like. And the reason why I'm bringing that forth is because this credentialing is an outgrowth of that type of thinking. And I would carry it one step further and say that from a state government point of view, keeping the economy going during and after an emergency is incredibly important, as sort of the recognition that you got to get people back to work, you got to make sure that the infrastructure continues to operate during those storms and events and the like. And so having this business first responder mentality is very important. The second piece of that is trying to unify this thing or make it as uniform as possible. And in the case of the state of Rhode Island working with BNet, for example, is that we do have, it's one card, one program. It's all the communities in the state work around that same program. And we'll talk more about that in a second. The second point that's important is, and we haven't talked a lot about law enforcement yet, but this has to, the domain of entry and reentry and response is the domain of law enforcement and public safety. It's not the state per se that owns that. And so even though we have this credentialing system, it still belongs to the public safety community to decide whether or not, based on the situation that's on the ground and based on the need and the like, do we allow people through and to get to where they need to go. And the second thing is really just policing the program itself and saying, if one of the things that we talk about a lot is after an emergency and you have insurance adjusters or private people who come into the communities and trying to sell services to people in need, how do you deal with that? And this is one of the ways that we deal with that. We're expecting a certain type of credential, and if a law enforcement official finds that it's not appropriate or they're not appropriate to be there, they still have the final decision. And of course, last but not least, this doesn't cost the state money. And that's important for a couple of reasons. It sounds like a very simple statement, but number one, obviously not having us burdened financially is important, but we've also had the experience of trying to implement public sector credentialing systems that have failed miserably. And part of that is they're very expensive to manage, and it just creeps up into this thing where the program goes for a few years, and the ones that I'm thinking about predated me, so I don't know the specific names or details, but I know that the idea of having this thing as private sector no cost is very important. So the last thing that after hearing all the comments here, is that the truth is, Rhode Island's a small place, and so we have borders on all sides of us except for where the water is. And the idea of having some sort of regional opportunity, and so for instance, in the state of Massachusetts, there are quite a few companies who have headquarters in the state of Mass or in the state of Rhode Island and have employees who need to cross borders. It's the same identification, basically, that the law enforcement official sees. And the more that we regionalize this kind of thing, the better it is for all the states in the region. And so that opportunity and for instance, the SARA framework and having something that's actually standardized across the United States makes that even more compelling, because we do send emergency resources to other states to respond to things that happen out of the region, for instance. So let's see, with that, I'm going to talk a little bit about how this is how we present this to law enforcement. And basically what I did was take a poster that we created, and this poster is something that would sit or does sit in the police departments of the communities that put them up there. But essentially, it promotes the message of it promotes a message of what the law enforcement officials need to think about when they're looking at the card, and so what the sort of the purpose of the card is in the first place. Because one of the challenges of putting together a state program like this, especially at a statewide level, is making sure that all the law enforcement officials are trained on this program. And so the one nice thing about this is it's fairly simple to use, and so but you still need to continually work with the public safety officials, not the least of which because these kinds of emergencies don't happen all the time, and it could be that you train one set of law enforcement officers and then they're not the same set of law enforcement officers that are going to have to respond to an emergency a year later or that type of thing. But essentially what it looks like is this is the card itself. This is the CEAS card, and we talked about the fact that it is a hard credential. But there's all kinds of I'm not going to go through all the details here, but the point of this slide is to say there's a lot of technology that's built into this, and so there's really two opportunities from a public safety point of view for this card. One is they ask for the identification, and because of the hologram and the names and how the card is set up, that they have the ability to look at it and determine visually whether or not it is a real card or not. And then the other side of it, which is sort of the more technology savvy thing, is that there's an app that you put on your phone. It's on an iPhone or Android. Public safety officers download this app. They don't need to have special equipment to be able to just take a picture of the ID card and then have it pass through the database that VNet manages and determine whether someone's real or not real. And then, of course, as I said, they always have, at the end of the day, they present the card, it's real, they run it through the scanner, and it's real, but the situation's not safe of it. The public safety has the final say on that. So the last thing I want to talk about is we talked about private-public partnerships. In Rhode Island, I'm working with the private sector on an initiative called the Rhode Island Alliance for Business Resilience, and essentially it's a group that's coming together as its own organization. It's not a state program per se, although the state is involved in it, and I'm helping drive the state's participation in it. But essentially, we've gotten together with the business community to drive this notion of resilience being important, and being ready, and businesses being ready to respond to emergencies when they happen, both to benefit those businesses, also to benefit the people that work for those businesses, and to benefit the state. So we'll talk more about that at some other time. But what the important point here is that this was really put in front of the private sector as a question, like what is important to you? And private sector credentialing is one of the most important things in this relationship with the government. And so I like to say that the CEAS community endorses this type of program because they have to feel a sense of confidence that when they're on the road, if they're on the road and they've given their critical employees these access cards and expect that those employees are going to show up on sites that require them to manage critical infrastructure, IT or otherwise, that they have the confidence that they have an ID that's going to help them get there, as opposed to not knowing, getting stopped on the road, not being able to demonstrate or satisfy an officer's need to know what they're doing there, and then get turned back. And so this partnership that goes on between the state, between the business community, and between law enforcement to help drive that. And so with that, I'm going to hand it over to Scott, who works for State Street Bank in Boston and represents the private sector in this discussion.
lot of numbers. It's not to say how great State Street is, how big we are. It's really just to show, I think, how unique we are. And that we're probably the biggest bank you've never heard of because we're a custody bank and we do business for other banks. We're handle about 10% of the world's assets, and the number is somewhere between 14 and 20% that on any given day, transactions by major financial institutions are somehow touched by State Street. So we do, if you go to Fidelity and give them $1,000 for a mutual fund, we then do the back-end accounting and processing and custody of that money. So and the point really is, when we're talking about incident management and being locked out of a building or not being able to get to our data center, if it's a Boston unique incident and the markets are still open, we are big enough and we touch enough that if our data center goes down, the financial markets will be affected. And because of all that, we are considered a globally significant, global systemically financial institution. So we're critical infrastructure. There's others, and just in doing our business, cleaners and hazmat cleanup and our security, you know, when we have an incident and need extra people, we're calling in extra security that doesn't always work on our site. So how do we get those folks to our site? And we do realize that with everything I just said, you know, it may affect the markets. We get it that if it's you know, the Boston bombing, it was a crime scene. We get it. We may not be able to get in, and there's reasons for it. But in between that, no access, it's a crime scene, and full access, there's a huge gray area, and we see incidents quite often that because of, you know, earlier someone asked about, are you talking to your public counterparts, are you talking to your private counterparts, and we do try to do that, and because of those relationships, when things happen during the Boston bombing, so as they were working that crime scene, it was a pretty large area they had blocked, and we had 2 offices within there, and we did have to have, or we thought we needed to have some IT folks check on equipment in the land rooms for processing, and through those relationships, we were able to work that out and have some people get in to check those things, heating, cooling, and sometimes just turn a system back on. So it's really, you know, in that gray area that we're doing it now anyway. And this program really just helps us do it more efficiently and then helps the folks that are helping us with that access to be more efficient about it. We, as Pete mentioned, I think our words are going to overlap a little bit because we worked hand in hand on this, but in 2004, we put this together in Boston, and we recognized the need. We had, I think, almost all of the major companies in Boston. I think all told, the employees that these companies represented and that this panel, this board represented was over 100,000 people, employees in Boston, that we were concerned with. We had the support of the Boston Police, the Cambridge Police, Boston Emergency Management, Mass State Police, and we finally got the program recognized. I think Cambridge, Boston first, and then Cambridge, or the other way?
Boston.
Yeah, but and if you're not, I think most are familiar. Boston, Cambridge, are, you know, it's really one large city. But we did have that support, and every time we had a meeting, I think we did quarterly meetings. Those public counterparts were there, shaking their head. They agreed with us. They supported us. But the problem we ran into then was all of our employees were coming from outside of Boston. So when we had a major weather incident and Boston was supporting us, our folks were coming in on the highways, some from New Hampshire, some from Rhode Island, and outside of Boston and Western Mass, but they were on the highways, you know, that Boston didn't control, so we sometimes had problems there. Pete, I think 2 years ago, we finally had this, after a lot of lobbying and a lot of discussions, and again, the support of those public agencies, we finally got this recognized by Massachusetts through the Mass Emergency Management Agency. They signed off on it. We created the SOPs, the agreement. They actually put it up on their website so other businesses would see it and know about it. We've only actually used it, I think actually that they put it out there that cease was in effect was twice, but essentially in Mass, and Rhode Island's the same way, it's an always-on program, so it does not need to be activated. It's always up to that officer on the street or at the cordon checking access. Even if cease has been recognized, he can say, no, it's not safe, you still can't go in, and we get that. The other thing is, throughout this time, the way we do business has changed, and our company's changed. When we first started doing this, 2004, so almost 16 years ago, we looked at critical people. We had traders that had to come into Boston to our trading floor. And at that time, it was critical that they come in to do that in the building, because that's where the systems were. So from 2004 till now, most of our employees can work from home. When we have a snowstorm, we just tell everybody, probably 99% of our employees work from home. They log in. We've got the bandwidth, and they're doing all those critical functions from home. So then it's more important for IT folks to be able to make sure those systems at the facilities are running. So I think our folks that need this access, the pool is smaller, but it's still just as critical and possibly more critical now. So I think that the challenges we still have is that continued visibility. So even though we have that public buy-in, and when we meet with Boston, with Cambridge, with Mass Emergency Management, everybody still agrees to it. We still talk about how important it is and that they all support it, but we still don't use it very much. And I think sometimes it's when we get below those levels of the headquarters at MEMA and Boston Police, senior folks, I think a lot of the folks on the street don't know about it. We've had incidents where, when it has been used, that we've had some employees that have been stopped and checked and have been told, no, I don't know what that is. But we've also had cases where it hadn't actually been implemented and somebody showed the card on the road and they were sent through. So it's just, we need to talk about it, and I think everybody agrees we need a program like this. It's just, how do we keep something that's not used all the time in the forefront of our minds? We don't see it much, even though it's recognized in Massachusetts. I don't think we've seen it really moved out to communities outside of Boston and Cambridge. I don't know if any cities have really adopted it yet.
There are some folks that are enrolled in other parts of the
Yeah.
state.
Yeah. So I think it's just, it's like a slow grow, yeah.
Metropolitan areas, yeah.
I think what we really look forward to, we've talked about vehicle placards, so if we're bringing in a van and we need 12 security officers at the site to help secure the building during the recovery, we have talked about and they have vehicle placards, so rather than vetting each person, we've got an authorized vehicle to bring those people to the site. But I think the really good discussion now is about the electronic IDs and be able to do just in time, because a lot of times we don't know who it is we're going to need, or we haven't had time to get that IT expert the card. So I think we look forward to an electronic system where I can, at time of incident, log in as administrator and say, okay, add Pete, add Joe, add Dave, I need it for this incident, and they're good for the next 3 days. It's in the system. They show up at the checkpoint, open the app up, and just show that, or that scan. And then also, what would help us, the ability to add other locations where we have multiple offices in Boston, but we're in California, Kansas City, we're in Texas, New Jersey, New York, and if we had some sort of nationally recognized system that was in place there, if we have a disaster and I need to go to our Irvine, California site for the disaster, they can just turn me on for Irvine, California for that time. Just to give us a lot more flexibility in response. So, I think a number of folks from CVS mentioned it this morning. I think the bottom line is, I think everyone would say, yes, we need to talk about this, we need to do something, and I don't know what the long-term answer is and really how we make this work long-term, because as I said, the business is changing, but the way you all respond to these things changes too, and we, as a company, will continue to support it. I said on another slide, we consider it insurance. It's really, what we pay for this is really annually, it's a small number, and if we use it one time during the Boston bombing, our vice chairman lived in Watertown, which was where where he was found and where they were doing all the searches through the neighborhoods. Our vice chairman lived less than 2 miles from there, and we had to get our executive security folks to his house that night. Streets were shut down. We were able to do it. So I think for that one time alone, it was the money we paid probably since 2004 was probably worth it to us. So I know that as a company, we're still committed, and I hope there's follow-up from this, and an ongoing discussion and evolution of the program that it can work for the private sector as well as all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. It's always good to hear, I think, for the private sector. I mean, as we all know, the idea of public-private partnership is well ingrained in the U.S. incident management. But we still have overall, it's still a challenge on how effectively we integrate private sector response capabilities into incident management. So it's always good to hear from the private sector. And then to also be aware that access to reentry, there's some sectors that really aren't affected by it because electricity is going to get in. But when you look at across the board other sectors, hotel and lodging, financial services, as from an emergency management point of view, have you really thought about why they need to get in and how they're going to get in and how you're going to manage that? Have you thought about the other sectors that are also affected, particularly by large-scale emergencies? So thank you, Stu, for representing emergency management. It's always good to hear the operator's perspective. And with that said, any questions?
Yes, how are you?
Do you want a mic?
Well, I do understand that the private sector is vital, extremely vital to the government. But I do have a couple of questions. How do you ensure that the companies or businesses coming back into an area are prepared to come back and aren't astray then on what's happening? Do you ensure continuity of operations planning for the folks that?
Is that for me?
Yeah.
So just for the group. So the question is, how do you ensure that those private sector entities that are coming back into the community are basically not becoming a strain on the response effort, correct?
So, like Stuart mentioned in his discussion, so the public sector still maintains authority over who comes and who goes. And a program like Rhode Island and Massachusetts, where they consider it as an always-on program running without having that we never had. So we allow law enforcement the flexibility. We never take authority away from law enforcement. So as long as law enforcement and emergency management are communicating with one another, they have the ability to limit access. When we communicate with our private sector partners, there's one thing that we do, it's a key thing that we do when we notify folks that events are going on or that the governor's put out a press release allowing these credential holders to come in. What we do is we communicate only with what we call the company coordinator. It's a centralized person who manages the program in each company. Not everybody in the company who has a card, because the purpose is what we want to prevent is just everybody showing up. We want the companies to be able to control who they send and when they send them. So we make that notification to them, and we always, in that notification, we always say, select only the personnel that you need on site currently. So that's kind of how we try to limit and control it. We maintain that authority. We leave that authority to law enforcement.
I think from our side too, I think we understand that there is some liability on us. So if it's a major snowstorm and the governor says only critical people on the roads, we as a company aren't just going to say, hey employees, if you have a CEAS card, you can still go in. We don't want our people on the roads either, So we're going to be very careful about who we would allow in. And even though it's an always-on program, we understand that if these were used, that it's not just everybody, anybody with a card can come in. We're still going to control that ourselves and do our part. I mean, we look at it as it is a partnership, and when we sign on to the program, we're agreeing to be that good partner to only use it when it's really needed and when it's approved.
That was part of my question, I think, is that not necessarily limiting who's on the road, but pre-planning and having people stationed there in your business if it's that critical in a weather event that we expect.
Yeah, and we do that as well. I know for like major snowstorms, with engineering staff, security staff, if we suspect that the roads are going to be shut down, we do just that. We have folks, we get hotel rooms local and plan for the long term.
So from a state point of view, there's an agreement in place. Basically, there's one point of contact for the company. That point of contact is responsible for maintaining who receives those cards and to communicate with those cards. When we work with those individuals, then I forgot what I was going to say, so I'm trying to make it up. So there are built-in stopgaps, from the company point of view, from the state point of view, that helps us to feel confident that somebody who has a CEAS card is actually been determined by the company to be that critical personnel that needs to be there, and they try to put as little as burden as possible.
The other thing which I failed to mention too is we limit the amount of potential.
That was what I was going to ask.
That was the thought you lost.
On a smaller scale or a smaller business scale, we all know the Waffle House goes better, but what about not the big corporations, but the gas stations and, childcare? Now you might get people back to work. Do you try to work that into your planning, that make sure the gas stations have generators, what they have, and then, strike gouging or other horrible things that happen? Kind of talk about those things and trying to make sure recovery is appropriate.
So the answer to that question is that the state itself and the governor's office and the emergency management agency manages those sort of larger issues about preparation, response, recovery. CEAS is a small part of it, and those discussions don't happen within the bounds of CEAS itself. Happens in coordination with CEAS.
The other thing that's important to mention is we do not, and we determined this. I'm sorry, we determined this very early on that we don't. If you're a business, if you're a legitimate business, we don't discriminate your ability to enroll in the program. You'll be entitled to just a few cards. So if you're a gas station, you need 2 people maybe at that gas station. Because when we had the initial discussions years and years ago, there was a big discussion about, we want to vet the companies that participate in this. And then from the government standpoint, then now you open up a whole can of worms. So why are you discriminating against this company and not this company? They're all business owners. Small business is the backbone of these communities. A lot of them, have food stocks and things that need to be disposed of. So you can't really discriminate against it. If you're a business and you're a legitimate business, we have certain things that can make sure that they are. You can become more of the program. But we don't see a lot of small business participation. I will tell you that. Not at all.
So, I have a question. I hear you say about the good stewardship is the onus of the businesses themselves. But, sir, I hate to call you out, but the example you gave, the private security of your vice president at his personal residence is not critical infrastructure. That's not what we need to keep your business operating. The IT guys, the facilities guys and girls, that's what keeps your company running. So the example you gave, I just think shows where there can be an abuse of this system. And it's not a big one. I understand that corporate needs to make decisions. Right. I get that, but there's got to be play both ways. There's got to be good stewardship of this program, or law enforcement's going to turn around and say, great, I love your card, get the hell out of here, every time they see it.
You know, and you make a very good point, and it's you know, it's the truth. I mean, businesses, just like governments, have their other types of their own individual priorities and needs. That exec, he may be critical, he may not be critical. The mayor, the councilman, from the government side of the thing, may or may not be critical, but the police will send somebody over to that councilman's house or that you know, that political official's house. So you know, it's stewardship is an important thing, and you know, we trust. The one thing was that we decided very early on is we have to trust the corporations to make their own decisions. Because from the government, I'm not talking from when I was in government. From the government standpoint, we don't know enough about your company to tell us who's critical at a given time. We're going to let you make those decisions. And you know, so far it's worked out. But you know, I don't think there's a perfect program out there, but it's better that we have one instead of nothing.
Yeah,
Scott, did you want to respond?
Yeah, I think that I mean, you're right. Absolutely. I mean, we could argue that because of the critical position, but you're right. At the end of the day, you're right. But I think, you know, when I talk about what we still need to do, and I think is more of this discussion, because all of these businesses, you know, you're asking about small businesses. At every different emergency disaster, there's a different business there that we haven't thought of that, you know, maybe it's the guy that makes sandwiches that you're going to use to feed the crew. And he's the one that supports your agency. He has to get to his business, you know, and it's safe to get in. You generally have it closed. But we have to talk about that and figure out. I don't think we have I'm glad to see the Sarah initiative and that it's moving forward. I you know, speaking just for my company, I don't think we're there yet, and I don't know what the final solution is, but we're talking about it, and you know, I guess that's what we need to keep doing and figure out how to best make it work in a system that's going to be flexible to work for all of us. I don't know what it is.
So I wanted to just quickly address a question that Scott posed earlier. It's like, you know, how do we make sure that this thing keeps going on? And from a state of Rhode Island point of view, there's two aspects to this. One is private sector adoption. And I will tell you from a government point of view, the more businesses that have this credential, the more necessary it will be for the government to make sure that it honors that credential and it honors the relationship that we have with BNET and the business community. But from my point of view, that helps to propagate the need for me to continue to train all the law enforcement officers and get the posters and get their little speech at the beginning of the day saying, you know, we've got emergency day today. Yeah, you might be seeing these cards on the road. Here's what it is. And if you have any questions, let us know. But so the beauty of this is that the infrastructure is there and it's ready to be scaled up. I think the challenge from our point of view is both sides. And we're working on both sides of the equation, but I can tell you that from a government point of view, the more that this becomes a mainstream, if you will, the more that it gives me the opportunity then to go out to the law enforcement agencies and make sure. So at the state police level, state police chiefs, you know, and police chiefs, we talk about this, but eventually they're not the ones on the road. This needs to go right down to the, you know, to the officers that are on the road, and that's so. But the system is in place, and I think that the more that this comes together from both sides, the better it's going to be for all of us.
So thank you, gentlemen. I realize we're out of time. Just want to close by quickly saying that, you know, today we presented, more or less talked about one solution, and there are a handful of solutions out there. So I encourage you to look at the SARE framework, look at what other states, those states that have access programs, because really, if we're looking at it, who needs access? So I hope you understand who needs access, who determines it, what authorities you have under your jurisdiction or state, and then how are you going to manage that. So I hope this has been informative, and thank you.
So on behalf of the IAM Region 1 Board and our conference committee, thank you, gentlemen. I do have certificates for you, certificate of appreciation, so don't run away too far yet.
Thank you.
Peter? Scott? Thank you very much. Give him a round of applause for that great presentation. Well, we're only 5 minutes behind schedule. That's all right. Lunch is served. The back corner to my right, to your left. There's some buffet lines there with sandwiches and chips and drinks. Why don't you go ahead and we'll get started with lunch, and then we'll do our next silver sponsor presentation as we get lunch going, and then we have a few lunch presentations over lunch. We're going to do a special drawing right now. This is for those that attended our social last night. It was sponsored by Dollar Days. And we have, it's a $100 gift card to Dollar Days that will be going to one of our attendees from the social last night at the Tidwell Tavern down in Coventry. And the winner is, I feel like the Grammy Awards here.
Thomas Kettle. Is he here?
Thomas Kettle. Is Thomas Kettle here? He's not here?
All right, try it again.
Must be present to win. Taylor Frizzell. No, I'm just kidding. Is it
David Hayden.
David Hayden?
Hayden?
David Hayden.
There
Come
you
on
go,
up.
man.
You're the winner.
Cool. Thanks. I'll go get him situated.
We should have had that other picture pop up there. We saw a picture of Justin when he was in high school. Didn't look quite like that. Anyway, Justin, again, he sends his regrets for not being able to be with us today. He's, like I said, he's attending a family wedding. But he did put together a short video for us to welcome us to the conference. Then, so indulge us and him, and let's see what he has to say.
Welcome to the IAM Region 1 Annual Conference. I'm Justin Cates, the president for IAM Region 1. This is our 12th conference since the first one in 2006 in Wells, Maine. As you may have noticed already, I'm missing my first conference since the Vermont event in 2012 due to my wife's brother's wedding. I do not know if that's my wife to blame or your new regional vice president, but I can assure you that it was not my fault. In all seriousness, I did want to recognize Taylor for her hard work in putting on this conference this year, but also over the past 2 years. She's been doing this for the past 3 years. And even though I was the conference chair back in 2017, my response to DC for the Hurricane Maria response really prevented me from taking an active role in the weeks leading up to that event. And Taylor closed all the loose ends related to the conference and put on a great show. I'm hoping today's event turns out as a great opportunity to learn, to network with those colleagues across state lines, and also to get involved in IAM. And if the conference is completely falling apart by this point in the day, disregard that I said any of that and get home safely. I did want to take a moment to highlight some of the key initiatives IAM Region 1 will be undertaking in 2020. The first one being our training initiative that we've been working towards over the past year. You get the training updates each month in your inbox, but also you have access to those updated regularly on the members only page. And this is something that we're looking for additional folks to get involved with here in Region 1 to assist us with keeping track of those training opportunities that we've found across each state, and also provide recommendations for trainings that we want to see here in New England. The second area that we're looking at trying to promote is our government affairs. This is something that IAM does really well at the national level, but we've identified some opportunities to promote this at the regional level as well. So we've developed some procedures on how to track state legislation, regulatory updates, administrative rules, things that impact emergency managers across New England, that we can try and keep our members abreast of, and also to try and find ways to provide input to rule makers so that we can promote the interests of emergency management here in New England. The third area is our students, and we do this through our student chapters here in the region. We have a really robust IAM student chapter at Mass Maritime at the undergraduate level, and we're looking to build that out at the graduate level as well. We've got an opportunity there to try and leverage a really active graduate program at Mass Maritime to continue our approach to engaging students across New England and get them prepared for careers in emergency management. And then the last area that we know that we'll be working towards in 2020 is our conference, our 2020 conference. And I think we have a great opportunity in 2020 to try some new initiatives. I think we have an opportunity to put this event back on in Maine, which hasn't been done since 2006, the first event that we held. And so we're looking for folks who are interested in getting involved in the conference planning and putting on another great IAM Region 1 conference. And beyond these initiatives, we have ideas including opportunities to work with the FEMA Region 1 staff, and you'll hear a little bit more about some of those activities and opportunities from our Regional Administrator, Russ Webster. I believe he'll be speaking after me. We'll be working towards these new initiatives and trying to figure out the best approach for implementation at our board retreat in January. And so if you have ideas or thoughts, be sure to reach out to us. But ultimately, the key to each one of these initiatives is participation from our membership. This region has worked over the past number of years to build out that participation through the addition of a student representative, through the addition of state representatives immediately after that, and most recently with the addition of communications officers here on the board of directors. Really with the approach to try and build out that involvement across our membership. And really the remaining piece is to get the rest of the members involved in our activities. If you think that you are interested in the initiatives that I mentioned or have ideas of your own, be sure to connect with Taylor or one of the state representatives that's at the conference today. Let them know how that you can help, and let them know that you're willing to participate in IAM. In closing, I want to thank the conference committee for their work to put this event on, the speakers for their contributions to the transfer of knowledge happening today, as well as our silver sponsors, FirstNet, Partner Plus, Radio Solutions, Connecticut Emergency Management Association, the bronze sponsors, Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, Emergency Preparedness Solutions, Epicenter Media and Training, the University at Albany, the University of New Haven, SNA International Dollar Days, and the Journal of Emergency Management. Without them, we would not be able to put on this event. Have a great rest of this event, and I look forward to working with all of you in the coming year.
I'll pass along to Justin, or unless Taylor, if you could just text Justin, let him know we got a round of applause. All right. Next up, I'd like to invite Russ Webster. Really doesn't need any introduction. Most of you know him. He's been in Region 1 for many, many years, but great friend, great partner that we have. Now the Region 1 FEMA Administrator or Director, and we're very happy that he's joining us today to give us some remarks on some of the things that we're doing in Region 1. And I'll just kind of kick it off by saying, we had a meeting where he and Russ invited our entire Region 1 board a few months back out to meet with his staff at the FEMA Region 1 office in Boston. It was the first time we had an opportunity to do that. And we're kind of continuing that engagement on a regular basis and discussing kind of an agreement, an MOA between IAM Region 1 and FEMA Region 1. So we're very happy to have a great partner in Russ.
Well, first of all, thanks to Bill Shea for being our host today. Longtime friend, and UConn is where half my family went to school, so I have a warm spot in my heart there. I'm also a Yankee fan, sorry. I'd like to begin by asking my people to stand up, those people who are in FEMA. Is Tom and Chris over there? Sean is over here, Marissa. So take a moment to say hello. Jamie is over here. Take a moment to say hello to these folks. They're part of our commitment to you all. Thanks, Sean, Tom, and Chris. So they're part of the package deal here is an enhanced outreach at events like this. I want to talk about what IAEM means to me. This is my 11th year being associated with IAEM Region 1. I performed many activities as an emergency manager before I was connected to IAEM in 2 federal services previously. In 2018, I was privileged to be nominated and receive the prestigious Lifetime CEM designation. I do want to talk about how you all have influenced me and how you all have the power to influence the future leaders in my organization, in every organization. My first interaction, my first engagement with someone who was associated with IAEM was Bob Bowman. Bob unfortunately passed in 2017. Longtime emergency manager, someone who was connected to the state of Connecticut, the police department here. Bob was also involved with EMS. He was also a FEMA reservist, and he's also an IAEM national officer who helped create some of your programs related to your student programs. So I was pleased in 2017 to establish a Bob Bowman recognition program at Mass Maritime Academy for 4 graduating cadets, 1 fire, EMS, police, and ROTC, so that Bob's memory would continue. Bob helped me out when I was a new federal preparedness coordinator in 2008, and this guy at PEMA in Providence needed some help. His name was Gaynor, and now he's my boss. And Pete soon became an advocate of IAEM, a CEM himself, and later our federal family leader. So you all here in IAEM have the power to influence present and future leaders well beyond what I think you're accepting today. So a few things that I was here yesterday as part of the UCC, and in 2008 through 2015 I helped create a collaboration on a regional level that looks very much like what the Boston Consortium is doing today. And I wanted to applaud the folks from TBC and my friends from the colleges and universities for the great work that they do. I want to spend a little time today talking about what the value equation is by bringing the FEMA region to your tables. So yesterday we heard about some critical issues that college and university emergency managers have to deal with. And on this morning's news, there was an 18-year-old stabbed to death at Barnard College in New York City. And yesterday, serendipitously, Steve Morash's daughter was speaking to us about mental health issues. And the emergency managers present were talking about the need to better integrate measles, master scenario events list items, into their exercises, because this is one of those hidden tragedies within a disaster, was the impact on families of first responders, the first responders themselves, and in many cases the victims of disasters. So I have since yesterday spoken to my HHS ASPR colleague about this issue, and we're going to collaborate going forward and see if, as part of the NLE 2020 exercise next May, that if there are interested partners who want to develop those scenario event list items that talk about the impact of a long-term power outage and freezing temperatures, and again, a long-term power outage is a power outage of mass proportion beyond the 1998 ice storms that some of us remember here. So I don't know about you, but if I go about more than an hour decoupled from my technology, I go into a bit of a fugue. So I can't imagine what's going to happen as part of that exercise if we play it out and its impact on not only my generation, but those generations much younger than me. I heard about the need for evaluators or observers at the upcoming exercise in May. And my first thought yesterday was to tap into the many students who are in emergency management and homeland security here throughout New England. And last night, I tapped into my network. I have someone on staff who's a non-voting federal liaison to Mass Maritime Academy, and I said, meet with these people, meet with the other schools that have programs, and let's start creating capability through our relationship with these schools on behalf of the states and localities. So that is ongoing. Yesterday I heard about, and this is a big change since when I came to FEMA the first time in 2008, there were many people, including my family members from Mississippi, that wanted to disown me when I told them I was going to FEMA. Of course, they were suffering from the ravages of Katrina still at that time. Yesterday I was asked, how do we co-brand with FEMA? And I was like, wow, FEMA's come a long way. People are asking to put our name on your products. Easy equation. We're going to get that information to those people that want to take their training and exercise materials and co-brand with FEMA. So yesterday we also heard about a concern about our EMI course content. And last night I spoke to the superintendent at the Emergency Management Institute, and he has told me that please pass his name and direct contact information to the UCC. He would be glad to talk to my good friends from Boston and other places. So that's marginally some of the power of the relationship with FEMA. I wanted to spend a brief time on this first slide because I think the meat here is the vision that I've given my people who are currently in the process of strategic planning for the next 10 years, preparing New England for major and catastrophic disasters in a complex and ever-changing world. What does that mean? That means that we are planning, and I have been given the mission of being ready to respond to 2 simultaneous disasters in the Northeast. So Mr. Gaynor has said to every regional administrator, you need to be ready to organically, without support from the outside beyond your region, tackle 2 level 3 disasters. Now, a level 3 disaster is like an Irene, like a Sandy from 2012 and 11 respectively, for those of you who are looking for a reference point. So I have that, and what comes with that is the new piece of capability is we are returning to having regional reservist capability here in the Northeast, and that was part of the deal. A few years ago, we lost the capability to tap into those people who only wanted to deploy in the 6 northeastern states and went to a centralized managed system. So we're in the process of recovering that program, and we'll once again have regional reservists to assist us. Climate change, climate adaptation, I don't care what you call it, we care about it. How do we know it's happening? We know it's happening because in 2017, 2018, Harvey, Irma, and Maria, or as we call it in FEMA, him changed us all and made us realize that we need to be ready in a way that we've not been ready previously. So what does that mean here in the Northeast? It means much closer collaboration with the private sector. If those of you are following the recent release of the National Response, the next National Response Framework and the new ESF 14 public-private sector interface, FEMA and CISA now have to collaborate in a new way to engage the private sector in a new way, understanding that we don't have enough resources. The federal government is not going to come in and make everybody whole. and it's got to be one team, one dream, both public and private sector. 17 and 18 were bellwether years for us. We gave out the same amount of money in those 2 years than we did in the 37 years previous to that. Programs that are coming on board that are very helpful, I think, for all of us, that mean more money, not only in the recovery phase, but we're very seriously looking at the long-term investments that we have in the past not really paid that much attention to. Those folks who are aware of the pre-disaster mitigation, PDM money from the past, it was, pennies on a dollar. Now, starting in 2020, in January, you'll get a notice of funding opportunity for what I call the first dose of PDM, which is the long-term investment, things like countering projects that counter climate change, adapt to climate change, offshore barriers, for example, to protect cities. The first dose of that is going to be $250 million competitively across the nation. To give you some type of comparative, in years past, that number nationwide might have been $15 or $20 million. And going forward, there'll be a 6% takeaway for every disaster that is declared in a particular year that will then become part of the future PDM money. You'll still be getting 15% of the disaster for recovery, but there's also a 6% that is focused on long-term investment. So I'm going to blow through this because I know being the speaker after lunch, I've got to keep the pace up. My intent today is that you think outside the box, because we're thinking outside the box about leveraging our relationship in new ways. So yes, we're still doing all the things that we do from our bunker in Maynard in the response phase, bringing the 15 emergency support function partners that from the 28 federal agencies that you all know about in your 700 and 800 courses. Yes, we're still doing PA after disasters for infrastructure. We haven't done IA and individual assistance in New England since 1983. So that goes to the readiness of people and their expectations and the type of threats that we have here. So we're still doing all of those normal things. I'm going to talk to you briefly today about some of the things where FEMA is leveraging its relationship capability and its bandwidth to help not only you but other federal agencies in addressing some unique threats and some unique populations. So there's a number of platform issues up here that I'm going to briefly talk about, things that I bring as a Politico, a non-permanent employee, high speed, low drag. So you might say, what is he doing with opioids? You know, what is he doing with the Native American Indian tribes? So Mr. Long gave us 3 primary goals a couple of years ago. Our plan, which is going to look 10 years out, is going to mesh with that. The big thing for my employees out there is every one of them is going to know on a daily basis when they do something how it relates back to the regional plan and the national plan. Very commonsensical, but not something we've done previously. All right, I'm going to get into some of this stuff. So there are 10 federally recognized tribes here in the Northeast. Their total population is somewhere like a small set of cities. And in the past, when I left FEMA in 2015 and retired the second time, we had done something very similar to what we did this summer. We had gone out to all of the tribes, assessed their capabilities, assessed their gaps, and when I came back in 2019, we were in the process of doing the same thing, and we hadn't really done anything with that data from 2015 in a new way. So my commitment to our 10 federally recognized tribes is to take their issues and assign an individual to every one of those tribes and broker their capability gap reductions in a new way. Basically, form enduring relationships with each individual tribe instead of repeating the cycle every 4 years and expecting a different result. We've done some pretty amazing things. We hosted a recovery course in northern Maine for the first time nationally, and we have some incredible capability that we're going to impart to them. So a lot of efforts have gone into this area nationally. They've not been terribly successful to date. Only 5% of the 573 federally recognized tribes have been able to avail themselves of the new Sandy Recovery Act capabilities that allow tribes to independently access FEMA post-disaster grant money. And part of that is they, like small towns around here, don't have the bandwidth, don't have dedicated emergency managers. They do not have access to EMPG money that some of you do. And there is only one unique tribal grant for them that is unique to the tribes, the THSGP, and that is only 50 tribes nationally are eligible for that, and that is primarily focused on law enforcement. So we have to work harder to develop this capability with our partners in the tribes. I harken back to the academic communities. Some of the most outstanding capability in terms of developing our cultural awareness of the tribes is resident in the colleges and universities here in the Northeast. This fellow here, Cedric Woods, was a wonderful partner, and we're in the process of assigning a non-voting federal liaison to his school to honor our commitment to the New England tribes. So, what are we doing here with IAEM? Aside from the emotional attachment that I have to all of you and the fact that I'm a CEM, you can help me develop capability through alignment of goals and objectives. This body of people, along with the 6 state directors, will get a copy of the draft FEMA 2020 to 2030 regional plan, and we will adjudicate and include your comments appropriately. I could not have done that had we not had this relationship, had Andrew and Justin not had the foresight to come into the office and talk to us about future collaborations. I need your help. CISA needs your help in brokering public-private sector engagements. So I think the other thing here is promoting the next-gen core capabilities of our students. If you've been reading GEM faithfully, if you've been reading the articles on IAEM, the big website, this is the thing. The young people that are in school now, the truly young people, learn differently. They have different capabilities. And if you haven't noticed, our profession is changing. One of the things that I've noted in the 4 years of during my retirement was that when I came back, we have these incredible relationships with places like MIT Lincoln Labs, and we're in the process of mapping the entire Northeast with LIDAR. Why are we doing that? We're doing that because we can get post-disaster damage assessments done for 400 square mile swatches in 36 hours, whereas the traditional way to do windshield surveys with state and federal folks takes weeks. So we're doing that. The LiDAR also gives us the capability to know where the flooding is exactly. The other technologies that we're experimenting with right now, and being someone who lives in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in the wellspring of our liberties, I will tell you it is scary to see that during Dorian, we were able to track by community before the power companies had the information through cyber sensing which homes and which neighborhoods were without power. So that information and how it's protected is a key issue going forward, but we are on the cutting edge of using AI combined with IP addresses to have a better idea of where power crews need to be set. I'm going to stop there. I've saved some time for Q&A. Andy's walking up here. I know it's after lunch. If anybody wants to throw a question or two my way, please do so.
Question? All right. No?
Yeah, go ahead, Chuck.
Oh, no. No, you're not allowed to ask questions.
So, sir, when we had the meeting with IAEM Region 1 and your staff, one of the issues that came up was your staff was talking about the FEMA reservists and how there are lots of open slots. But one of our own members brought up that he's applied multiple times, and navigating through that application process may be why there's open slots, not a lack of people who want them. So is there's something that we're working on that we can do to streamline that process a little bit?
Yeah, Goal 3 says that FEMA will reduce the complexity of various processes. Although we don't own that one, we have two people here today, Tom and Chris over at the table there. I will tell you that the USA Jobs process is onerous. I am currently advising 30 people on how to assess to the federal government, and it is itself a labor. I don't think FEMA is going to fix that, but I am committed to anyone, including whoever you're talking about who's having a difficult time, matching them up one-to-one with a member of my staff. Thank you very much.
Don't run too far. Thank you, Russ, for coming and joining us today at the conference and for speaking with us on behalf of the conference committee. A little certificate of appreciation. I have Catherine taking our picture, so we'll smile. Good? All right. Thanks so much. All right, a couple quick announcements, and then we're going to get on with our next panel. So the scholarship raffle is still going on. If you haven't gotten your tickets yet for the 50/50 or the items over here on the table, go see Jason. There he is with his hand in the air. Get your tickets. You can drop them in the 50/50 bucket or into some of the buckets over here for some of the items on the table. We'll draw those at the end after our last presentation. You must be here, must be present to win. Or you can leave your tickets with somebody else, and they can take your item home for you or bring it to you if they're so kind. Also, want to take a quick moment to recognize, and Russ kind of teed me up nicely with this, talking about the students and next generation of emergency managers. For anyone that's a student in emergency management, whether you're undergraduate or graduate, full-time, part-time, please stand. Please stand. Number one, congratulations and thank you for being with us today at the conference. You can sit down. Being with us at the conference today and taking that next step to reach out and to build relationships and to find mentors as you find your pathway through your career, whether you're just starting or somewhere in the middle and looking for a new direction. And the association has a lot of things to offer for you. I know I've received a couple text messages and emails over the last couple of days about folks that are either in IAEM or they are students and not sure about where to find things like jobs or internships. We do have a jobs and an internships board on the website, so if you're a member, go there, log in, and you can go and check out the job board there and the internship board there, or reach out to any one of us on the IAM Region 1 board, and we'll be happy to work with you and point you in the right direction. Another quick poll. I like these straw polls. I think who was it, Jessica earlier said this morning, like there were straw polls of the audience. How many folks in the audience are CEM? Excellent, excellent. How many of the folks in the audience are working on a CEM? That's an excellent, good number too. How many folks are thinking about it but haven't started working on it yet? All right. Stay vigilant, stay the course. IAM has a new program we started in the last year. It's called the Featured Mentor Program. If you find yourself struggling going through that program, reach out to one of us. You can just go right through the website. You can find out who the featured mentors are, contact somebody from the CM Commission. Reach out to one of us. We're happy to help. I know I'm personally working with about 5 folks right now, mentoring them through the process. And we've all been through it. Those of us that are CM mentors. We've been through it before. We've made some of the mistakes. We have some of the insight, and we can certainly help you through that process. But congratulations for those that are CMs or that are working on it. If you're finishing up this year, and hopefully we'll see you in Long Beach next fall in November. You can walk the stage and we'll congratulate you. I know Taylor just got her CM. She wasn't in Savannah with us, but she just got her CM this year. So we're very proud of her for her achievement with that. And that will conclude my remarks for this point in time. So next up, we have a panel that's going to be talking about how higher ed works with external partners. So we have Suzanne Blake, John Tomini, and Todd Kaplan. I'm getting your PowerPoints teed up there. Suzanne Blake is the Director of Emergency Management at Massachusetts Institute of Technology. She is a certified emergency manager, CEM, with nearly 20 years of emergency management experience. She got her start working on post-September 11th projects in Washington, D.C. before moving to Wilmington, North Carolina, where she served at the University of North Carolina, Wilmington, as their first emergency manager. At UNCW, she was able to build the emergency management program from the ground up and also managed several hurricanes that affected the campus during her tenure. Prior to coming to MIT in 2015, she worked in higher education institutions across the country as a higher education specialist for Witt O'Brien's, an emergency management consulting firm run by James Lee Witt, the director of FEMA under the Clinton administration. Her focus in that role was on developing and improving emergency management and business continuity programs at more than 50 higher education institutions nationwide. At MIT, Suzanne directs all aspects of MIT's emergency management program. She also serves as the administrative director for MIT EMS, MIT's student-run ambulance service. In addition, she's received a certificate from the Business Continuity Institute, has completed the FEMA National Emergency Management Executive Academy, and is a graduate of MIT's Leader to Leader program. Next is John Tomini, is the Director of Emergency Management at Boston College. His responsibilities include preparing the university to respond and recover from a wide range of emergency situations by promoting a culture of preparedness, developing emergency response plans and business continuity plans, and conducting outreach and education for all members of the Boston College community. I'm not going to read your entire bio, if that's all right, John. It goes on for another 4 paragraphs. He's done a lot. All right. Also joining Suzanne and John is Todd Kaplan, is the Associate Director with the Northeastern University Police Department and is the university's emergency manager. He holds a Bachelor of Science and a Master of Science in Criminal Justice from Northeastern and has been with the university for the past 15 years. Todd holds a PhD in Public Safety with a specialization in emergency management from Capella University, and his research is concentrated on social behavior and organizational safety. Please join me in welcoming Suzanne, John, and Todd.
So again, kudos to all of you. For the rest of you that are sitting in your chairs, I would actually challenge you to say that you're also students of emergency management, right? The day that we think we have this all figured out is probably the day we need to start looking at a career choice, because if you're not learning every day in your job some new tidbit you take back from a program like this, conversations with a colleague and experience you've had, you're in a constant state of learning, right? Particularly for us, we work in higher education institutions, so we're surrounded by this dynamic all the time. So my second question is, how many of you in the room are higher ed folks, right? Work on a campus, a college campus, or university setting. That's great, good showing. How many folks are from a jurisdiction that has a higher ed campus in the room? State, local, federal, right? So I ask those questions because it's important to recognize kind of the context of what we're going to talk about here, which is the relationship piece. And this builds on the presentations this morning around public-private partnerships. And the last question I'm going to ask is, how many of you work with your higher ed partners on any kind of a regular basis? So again, if you're not one of those people that raise your hands for one of those last 4 questions, I think you're in the wrong room. But in all seriousness, make sure you reach out to those partners. We're going to talk about a couple of examples on how we can kind of set that up for you. But again, the importance of the collaboration is really critical to what we do. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Suzanne.
Okay, we know that the turkey sandwiches are setting in, so we're actually going to make you participate in this presentation. We're not just going to talk at you. And we know you're all emergency managers, so who doesn't love a tabletop exercise? We're going to take you through 3 scenarios, and we do actually want you to participate. I'm going to get up and walk around with one of the mics. And as with every tabletop exercise, we have to have some objectives. So our objectives today are to discuss the concerns and response actions of localities and jurisdictions through these specific scenarios, as well as the concerns and the response actions of higher education institutions, and see where those overlap. And then determine how we can best coordinate and communicate in these types of situations. And the 3 scenarios we've chosen are scenarios that have either happened to one of our institutions in the Boston area or have happened to a colleague at an institution across the country. So these are definitely realistic scenarios, especially in our area. So we're going to get started with the first one. It's an ice storm. Yay! We might have one of these coming up here. So we're jumping ahead a little bit. An ice storm has affected our area all day. No matter which area in New England you are in, just pretend you're there and you've had an ice storm all day. Throughout your city or your town, most of the roadways are impassable due to icing, down trees, limbs, and power lines, and commercial power is out. The higher education institution in your jurisdiction, let's pretend you all have one, is also without power, and we are running our critical facilities on emergency power. And the campus and the town are nearly impossible to navigate on by vehicle and by foot. So local emergency officials are very diligently, of course, working to clear major roadways, but we could have power outages for 25 hours to 5 days. So I first want to hear, again, this is participatory, what are your concerns right now? What are your priorities as far as your response in your jurisdictions? Anyone? It can be anything. I know you have a lot. Yes? People who have medical devices and no power. Old folks. Old folks. In general? Or in general, old folks. They might be stranded and they have needs. Yeah. Okay. Absolutely. We need emergency services to get around town and to our higher eds. What else? Okay, thanks. You're worried about our student populations. Or are you at a higher ed? Oh, well, thanks. You're worried about the student population. Yes, we have a 24/7 student population on our campuses that live there, so we're worried about them. Do you have one? Heating, worried about heating and shelter, warming, feeding, all of the needs, the human needs, logistics of those. Anything else you all are worried about in your jurisdictions?
Stranded motorists.
What was it?
Stranded motorists.
Stranded motorists, yeah, we probably have some of those, for sure. Communication to parents, and communication in general, right? Our populations are wondering what we're doing. If they have concerns, how can they get them addressed? If they're having problems. Probably our 911 dispatch is overwhelmed right now. Oh, we just got our ICS objectives listed over here. So life safety, incident stabilization, and protection of property and environment. Yeah, so we have our framework of what we're worried about, and all of the things you all mentioned fall into those objectives. Anything else before we get some thoughts from our higher ed panel? Research, yeah. So we know why higher eds are important, but when I go to MIT every day, I think to myself, if I don't protect this population, I could be preventing the cure for cancer of happening. You know, I go to this institution and they're doing such good research, and I could prevent HERVAC from improving because our MIT Lincoln Lab now maintains HERVAC, and that all impacts you. So when we step onto our campuses, we are thinking about the research, and if that is disrupted or destroyed, the massive impacts that could have on the world. Not to be too dramatic about it, but we do think about the research. Anything else? All right, so now let's get to the higher eds. What are we concerned about in this situation?
So first of all, I think it's important to recognize, somebody mentioned, older folks. If you don't know this, probably I said this yesterday, if you're 22 years of age or older, you're old. So just understand context, right? Everything's relative. For higher ed institutions, I'd say it's very similar to what you all just voiced, right? We go through the same kind of thought process. Think about, jump back for a second about the scenario, right? We live in New England, so we kind of take for granted a little bit when we talk about winter storms. We talk about nor'easters. We even talk about low-level hurricanes. We almost kind of have a little sense of security. Say, oh, you've dealt with that before. How many people have dealt with a 2-inch ice storm before in the room? 2 inches of accretion of ice. Think about what that means for a quick second in your jurisdiction. Due to your jurisdiction, right? I would hazard a guess to tell you that your entire electrical infrastructure is currently laying on the ground in your community, unless it's below ground. That has massive ramifications to what we're talking about. Most of us in New England have a beautiful tree canopy in our communities, right? Tree-lined roadways, unless you live out on a plain somewhere. Think about that now for a minute. But that's true of our campuses too. This is a conversation I have with our facilities team every time we talk about winter operations. We're fortunate one of my campuses actually has our power that comes below ground to us, but to get there, a lot of it's coming in overhead to us. So even though we may be up on campus, we have a ripple effect issue that happens in the community. So those are some of the kinds of things that we're thinking about early on. Each of our campuses have huge numbers of people just like you do from a commuter perspective, right? People have a tendency to think about us as residential campuses, which we have. I've got 7,000 resident students on my campus. Todd has a lot of people at Northeastern. Suzanne has a lot over at MIT. And your colleagues all over the country. But I have as many students that commute to my campus as I do that live there. Plus, I've got 3,500 employees that need to get into the campus and support those folks, right? So, sometimes I think people will have a tendency to think about a higher education institution in the context of a K-12 school. We're a very, very different animal than your typical school district, right? A school district can close for the day, kids go home, the janitor's not there, and we'll worry about it tomorrow. For us, we don't actually physically ever close the campus. It's almost an impossibility. Suzanne mentioned research. We've got research programs that are running at some of these institutions that have been 20, 30, 40, 50 years in the making. They physically cannot allow that research to discontinue for any reason. So that takes a huge infrastructure to keep those kinds of things up and running. And even if we close, we say, we don't want people driving in today because conditions are going to be too dangerous under this scenario. I still have 7,000 students that need to be fed. We need to keep the lights on. We need to kind of provide basic services, right? What are all the basic needs that we always talk about? Food, water, shelter, medical attention, those kinds of things. Just to provide that level of service for a large population, as you know, is a big, heavy lift. So we're thinking about a lot of the same kinds of things you are, maybe in a slightly different context of what it is. And if somebody came to me, let's use it as an example, the government official said, look, we can't support you. We need you to shut down the campus and send everybody home. I've got 1,500 international students on my campus that come from thousands of miles away. They don't have any local infrastructure to go somewhere else. Maybe they have friends, maybe there's a faculty member that will take them in. But we have a large population that we have to deal with if we get into that scenario. So just a couple things to think about over time.
Yeah, to add to some of that too. I mean, the amount of commuters that we do have coming to our schools is really, it's what affects our decisions on those types of decisions when we have the weather calls and things of that nature. When we have to worry about, for us in the city, the MBTA or the commuter rail, whatever that may be that gets our people to the campus, that's one of the biggest decision points that we have to make. When we're looking at those types of things and how to consider all those kind of infrastructure capacities that we have and the limitations of those, and that's one of the biggest things. And then communications. One thing that we always have to worry about is communicating that out
So if it is an ice storm, what is that communications method? How are we getting that information out? What's that strategy? And it has to be lockstep with whatever's going on in the city or the state or whatever that message is, because if it's slightly off, we have a big problem. So that's a big partnership area where we really need to be connected in that sense too. And then, of course, everything that John was saying.
I want to go to the third question because I'm curious any ideas you all have about coordinating better with us or with your respective higher education institutions or the higher eds in the room. If you have specific examples of how this might work where you do coordinate very well with your jurisdiction. Anyone have any thoughts or ideas in this situation, how we might coordinate or what we are very closely working on? Nothing?
Pick on you, by the way.
I know. Yes.
In Rhode Island, we have the Valley Association of Pennsylvania, we also have the higher ed consortium. And we share, during winter storms in particular, but hurricanes or whatever, we try to pull amongst our peer institutions what their plans are, what they're doing, because there are various jurisdictions. Do you have a parking ban? Do you have a power outage? Is there a travel ban? It affects us. And when are those bans going to be lifted? What's the ATR on the power? So sharing that information helps influence our peer institutions. So that is, and we found that very helpful.
Yeah, I like that. We, in the Boston area, we do that too. We pay attention to the MBTA, the governor's declarations, what public schools are doing, what we are doing, what each other are doing. There's lots of email traffic and web EOC activity going on when we have winter weather. So we like that you guys are doing that in Rhode Island too. Any other good examples of coordination with jurisdictions in higher ed? Oh, pointing.
So being a public institution at UMass, we are actually part of the plan, MEMA's plan for Western Mass, where we're, a collection point, staging area, a pod distribution point. So in planning ahead of time, we have, offered resources, and there's been times when both the communities and the state have reached out and said, can you help with ABC? Because similar to you, John, our electrical infrastructure is on the ground. So we may not have all the poles laid in the ground, but we may have resources that can go out and help our neighbors.
Yeah, we work very close with Cambridge, but I think there's still a question of how much the Cambridge community would be relying on MIT if we had a really big disaster emergency happen in Cambridge. We know that it would happen, but we're not exactly sure how much that we would intersect and how much we would have to provide to them. So that's really great that you guys are working on that, and you have an expectation of what the university is going to be doing and what the jurisdiction is going to be doing. Any other good examples of coordination? Getting my steps in is good.
Thank you, Suzanne, and everyone. 2 examples, first of which I'll ask Mary Rose and the folks from UConn to back me up on this, but it's even before we have a major storm. We've already been drilling and working with the university system, specifically on the radiological emergency preparedness requirements to have community reception centers. So major operation, boots on the ground, coordinating locally with the university and with the state. We built those relationships even before we get hit by that storm. Second memory comes from North Carolina, NC State, and basically that university has a nuclear engineering program. When the power from an ice storm went out in that area, half of the businesses in the area still maintained operation, mainly because they do support the schools with restaurants and other basic functions, but also because they're just on the same grid. So there are immediate proximity type benefits between making sure the ties between the town and the universities are very tight.
Just to elaborate on that for a quick second, I think it's really important to recognize, most college universities understand they're part of a larger community, right? And it depends. Out here, UConn's got a beautiful campus. I would hazard a guess to say that you're probably the large employer in the area, right? The area is immediately dependent on this institution, so you're going to clearly have a very strong relationship with your government officials here in a support role. But even in the larger city areas and urban metropolitan areas, that's true for us as well. My particular campus, we're split between 2 different jurisdictions. We have to coordinate on 2 levels between them. But what I would ask you if you're a government official in the room is, what a lot of college campuses have a lot of. big spaces like this, right? Awesome, we got tons of places to put people, but don't just make an assumption that they're wide open and you can kind of start dumping bodies left and right. You gotta have that pre-coordination conversation to understand the dynamics of what's going on there. So really encouraging you have those conversations on a blue scale at Sky Day, not in the middle of a storm like this, on what can and can't be used and what level of support. You know, because we do recognize we have an obligation to support the communities that we're a member of. But you know, when I was on the government side of the house, we used to think about colleges all the time, going, great, lots of spaces, dorm rooms, dining facilities, we'll just kind of shut the population there to Bob's point before. If there's no plan to do that, that's going to get really messy really fast.
Yale University of New Haven, Connecticut. So we work closely with the city Office of Emergency Management, the state Office of Emergency Management of the region, and we actually have a seat in the city EOC. We're designated for at least one Yale Emergency Management, one Yale PD in the city of New Haven's Emergency Operations Center, and their expectations that we'll be there when they open and run their operations.
That's awesome. I love that. I used to work at UNC Wilmington in North Carolina. I love North Carolina. And we had a seat in the county EOC as well because they always activated for hurricanes, and it just made the coordination just so much more seamless. And to your point about including people in exercises, that's a great way to build the relationships. Any other points on the ice storm before we go into the next scenario? Oh, one more.
I know actually my first year in college was at Plymouth State University, and I started college there right before Hurricane Irene came through, tore up a lot of New Hampshire. Campus was just up the hill from the Pemigewasset River, flooded out, and all these parents are calling in going, oh, should we come pick our kids up? And the university's like, no, we're up on the hill. We are Nashua's shelter. Your kid is safer here than they will be at home. You come up here, you're not getting back home because the Pemigewasset River flooded out access to the highway. So even just coordinating on being a shelter, like this campus seems to be up on a hill, perfect location for a shelter.
Yeah, you pointed out a few things there. One is that when something happens at our institutions, we have interest from literally all over the country because of the parents. So they're calling in, and that's why our communication is critical and essential, that we're getting messaging out, not only for the people at our institutions, but for the parents so they know what's going on. The other thing is flooding. I just wanted to talk about that really fast because we're working a lot with Cambridge on flood mapping for the future and present day to see how we're going to be affected by climate and things of that nature. So that's another really critical relationship there, is with those types of hazards that are just going to get worse in the future. And our awesome friend from FEMA talked about that too.
And also, kind of along those lines, one of the experiences I had in New York was working with SUNY New Paltz. And they have an Institute for Disaster Mental Health. And every year, the Red Cross comes in and trains their classes in shelter operations. And we actually have internships. We have 4 interns that work with us every year. And during Irene and some of the other incidents that have happened, they've actually opened up the shelter on campus and run it. The students have, with the support of the Red Cross. And also, too, they've been deployed to various disasters across the country to get real-world experience. So it's kind of nice having that team, because in that area, the only room that is bigger is at SUNY New Paltz. So that's kind of a relationship that's worked out very well for over 10 years. So.
Yeah, and thank you for speaking up, because we didn't mean to leave out people like the Red Cross organizations, like the Red Cross that we depend on so much. A lot of our friends across the country have certified Red Cross shelters on their campuses that they've worked on ahead of time, and it works really well for the community as well as for the institution. And also bringing up the mental health piece, which we talked about yesterday in our higher ed session. That's very, very, it's critical everywhere, but on college campuses, we are like very in tune with that. And so we really get our mental health professionals involved quite a bit, especially in emergencies.
I just really want to do a shout out to MIT because you guys have a CERT program, and a very successful CERT program.
Andrea, who works for my office, she coordinates that. She's not here, but CERT is great. They help us in our EOC. They help us during smaller emergencies on campus. And that's a great way to intersect with your jurisdiction as well. Thank you. All right, shall we move on to the next one? Ice storms are boring. We don't like winter weather. We deal with it all the time. Let's go to the next one.
Can I add a question before you go?
Yeah.
So the next one.
Go ahead.
Keep going. All right.
comes in, what's the process? Who's arriving first? What's happening? What do you think? Who's going to that? Yell it out. Fire department. All right. Who else? Police. All right. Anyone else? EMS. Good. Who's police? Who's fire? Who's EMS? Is there no of this? So this particular scenario that you're about to go through is kind of a combination of two real-world incidents that happened two different times with MIT and Northeastern. And the one for Northeastern, I can tell you a little bit, was not a Northeastern building, just happened to be nearby, but Northeastern Police was one of the first ones on scene. So just something to keep in mind, in your jurisdictions, if you have a higher ed, do they have their own police function? Do they have their own health and safety? What is that level of function? And are they responding to these types of things? And are they going to be the first responders potentially for your kind of incident? So I just want to throw that out there to help get the mindset going for this particular scenario.
Yeah, this one's not as regional. It's a little bit more local, but it combines. It's mostly a situation that Todd actually faced, and then we had a 10-alarm fire in Cambridge several years back that MIT was involved on the periphery. So last night at 8 p.m., local fire department responded to an active building fire at an occupied 5-story residential structure off campus, but it's within the city. So it's not a campus building, but it is within the city. Upon arrival, the local fire department sequentially ordered 10 alarms for the incident, designating a significant structure fire. Media has reported to the scene, of course, as you can see in the bottom picture there. These are pictures from the Cambridge 10-alarm fire. The incident displaced more than 110 residents, including approximately 50 students from your local university. And the structure will not be able to be reoccupied for several months. So let's this time go first to what the higher eds are thinking. And I can tell you when this happened in Cambridge, I got a call in the middle of the night from Brian Gobert. He is the emergency manager with Cambridge Fire. And every time there's a fire in Cambridge, typically I get a call or Brian Masminian at Harvard gets a call because there is always a student living in the building that catches on fire, whether it's Brian's student or my student. So they immediately call us and say, we're responsible for getting this person to alternate housing. And in the 10-alarm fire, we had, I think, 10 to 20 that we had to get alternate housing because they were MIT students. So they're immediately relying on us to figure that out. And we're usually able to figure it out. Our housing department is amazing, but it is something that the city relies on us so that they don't have to put those students into their shelters or so that they can sort of remove them from the list of people that they're responsible for.
Yeah, so ours was only 7 alarm fire, it wasn't 10. But we did have a large, ours was the 5-story structure occupied. It was an unintentional electrical fire that basically started that one. And the coordination end was probably one of the best things. This was a Saturday, because of course it was a Saturday. It was in October, it was 2018. And what started happening almost immediately, of course, you have on scene, working well, fire, police, EMS, the different jurisdictional agencies working well together. That was very good. But what started happening beyond that, our communications started going out, alerts started going out to our students, letting them know what was going on, that we had to evacuate some of the buildings nearby, and an assistance center stood up. So in the assistance center, we started bringing together our internal departments, housing, residential life, the ones you would expect. Even dining, things that might be a little bit beyond what you would expect. But then things started to happen where our partnerships started to come into play. So one of the first arrivers after we started the assistance center, started notifying people, was the city of Boston Mayor's office. And that was very important because this was not a Northeastern building. The majority of the building was actually, just residents of Boston. We had about 50 students, I believe, in the building. So what was important there was they had their own space in the assistance center. We gave them an office and allowed us to be kind of the triage. We brought people in. If they were Northeastern, they went to one table and they started working through how they're going to get another place to go, or if they needed housing and they didn't, to work through the resources that were available to them. If they were a member of the city, they went to the city's office and provided the resources there. But everything also was there for food service. It was a nice open area kind of like this. There was a recreation center, so it was large space. So a lot of things started happening. And then other partnerships, nice things started happening as well. Utilities started to show up, city and water, the things that you, again, would expect. But one thing that happened was our athletic facilities folks came in, and they cleared out a section. It was a Saturday, so we had a men's hockey game. Hockey's very big in Northeastern. So we had a hockey game going on, and they gave us a stack of tickets and said, all these people that are waiting around for resources, for information, they have somewhere now to go and, be able to be entertained while they're waiting to find out what's going on and while the scene is still hot and things are still happening. So I thought that was really great. So it's just a lot of those types of partnerships that were really important that day that helped us get through it. Notifications were very big, and then the city, of course, getting involved in the communication process as well. It was a really important process for that. And again, like I said before, that strategy of communication was really important.
John, do you want to add?
Sure. So just, a couple, we've had some smaller scale, not quite to the size that either one of these institutions had, but I think a couple things Todd mentioned is the communication, making sure ahead of time, know who those partners are on the campus, so if you need to reach out, because these things always do happen off hours, at night, weekends, holidays, they're never business hours. So you know how to reach the counterparts on your campus quickly and vice versa. The other thing is keep in mind that a lot of college students live in your community. They don't necessarily live in our own, building stock under our direct responsibility. However, if they're identified as our students, we're going to do everything we can to assist them to find alternate housing, even if it means living on campus for a period of time until we can find a longer-term solution. So, kind of understand the importance of those kind of connectivity points is really important. And we have a lot of services, to Todd's point, and I give him a lot of credit for doing that, standing up that assistance center quickly. We can bring people like mental health folks, counseling services, health services to help people. Because, again, students, just like the rest of your larger community, they have all kinds of different needs that you may or may not even be aware of until you start to kind of interact with that client and figure out what's going on. So, again, the importance of that upfront communication, I think, is really critical in a scenario such as this.
Can anyone tell me another local business we might really be relying upon if we had 50 displaced students and we couldn't house all of them on our campus somewhere? Hotels, that's right. Or the American Red Cross, yeah. So everyone who works at a college campus is typically very tight on space, especially in a city, and we just have people pouring out of the gills of these dorms. So if it's something that displaces a large number of students or an entire dorm, we might really be working with our localities and our local hotels and our American Red Cross to figure out where the heck do we put these students for the long term if the building is going to be down for quite an extended period of time. Luckily, with our Cambridge 10 alarm fire, we were able to put them all in housing by tripling roommates and putting people in common rooms and things like that. But it is a challenge if we have a large number of students, and because they are branded as MIT, we have to figure it out. We have to do something for them so that their parents feel comfortable, so they feel comfortable. We also have run into the complications of what classification people are, because we've also had MIT employees affected by some of these fires, and postdocs, which are in between an employee and a student, and they don't really fall into either one. So when I call HR about a postdoc, they're like, nope, that's a student. And when I call the Dean of Students office, they're like, nope, that's an employee. So then we're trying to figure out these in-between classifications. The employees, we don't provide as much help, which is very disheartening to me as someone who wants to help everyone, but there really isn't the infrastructure there, so we have to work with the city on information we can give them and resources we can give them. So those are some of the nuances with something like this that happens. But we want to hear a little bit from the audience if you all have thoughts on this. If something like this happened in your jurisdiction, or have we covered everything? Any other thoughts on this, or how you might coordinate with us at the higher ed? And from the Red Cross as well?
In college, there was a fire by our campus in Syracuse, and one of the big concerns was the time of year. It was finals week. So we had 10 students who just lost all their papers that they've been working on for a month, lab reports, and all that type of stuff. And that was their biggest, they didn't care where they were going. That was their biggest concern. So luckily the fire department was able to hook them up with a restoration company for their computers.
Yeah, we've seen when we have fire drills or false alarms, we'll see the kids literally in their towels, and they'll be clutching their books and computers, going out of the building, because that's what they want to save, because they're so stressed about that. So.
I'm Jen Nolan. I'm with Yale University. One of the things that we saw, not as a result of a fire, but you would definitely see as a result of a fire, and we saw during a flood, was the fact that students were losing belongings, kind of piggybacking on that, and expecting that the university would just pay for that, and not realizing that they should probably carry renter's insurance. And so when we're talking about mitigating disaster and preventing the outcome of that disaster, I think that's one of the areas that we kind of fall short is on really ensuring at the beginning of the year that we're really pushing that to parents and we're pushing that to students and ensuring that like we're giving them the resources that are necessary in cases like this, flood, fire, God only knows what. So if you're in higher ed, that's something I would really consider because we learned that last year. It wasn't really the way we wanted to find out.
And just to follow up on that point, because that's an important, we talk about that every year with our students when they come in, because even when they live on campus, you know, for most colleges, if you talk to your risk insurance people, you know, personal belongings are covered under property owner's insurance, like their parents' homeowner's policy. But the moment they move into off-campus housing, they're really on their own, right? The university can't take on the liability of that for a whole variety of reasons. So really stressing the importance of that private kind of renter's insurance environment, because it's devastating when you've lost everything, right? You don't know where to turn. And the institution is going to do everything they can to support the individual, but they're not going to probably replace all their contents from a fire. We just don't have the mechanism to do that. So it is a really good one to kind of talk with your populations about ahead of time.
And I will give a shout out to our insurance office, who has become such a good partner for us on the campus for situations like this, but also just in general with disasters. They are a key partner in our EOC, so they're definitely critical to keep involved. Any other thoughts?
Would UMass Lowell. Just the one thing to point out is relationships are built before, right? And so we meet monthly with our city and private partners because the ambulance service is private, the paramedic service is through the hospital. That monthly meeting, one of the things that we realized during the Greater Lawrence Merrimack Valley gas explosion was that we had 1,200 faculty, staff, and students that lived in the affected areas. Our partners had no idea that we had any interest whatsoever because it was removed from our campus. And so they were thinking, well, geez, maybe we could call on them for resources, but we had our resources tied up trying to figure out how many people are affected, what services we need to provide, how many professors need access so they can provide online content, grading, all those things that go along with the business model. So I'd just say, help each other understand we're a different model in higher ed than you are in a municipality or a county. We do have a higher level of expectation of care, I guess is the way I'd put it.
I also wanted to point out that if your resources from your jurisdiction are responding to an emergency on our campus or close to our campus, we want to make sure that your responders are okay. So not in a Cambridge fire, but at a different institution that I worked with, we had a major fire on campus, and the firefighters were there for just hours and hours. So we got them bottled water, we got them food, we tried to make them comfortable. The building was unoccupied, so we didn't have to worry about our population, but we wanted to make sure our responders were taken care of. We just cannot say enough how much we love and depend on our external partner responders. I know some of you have your own fire departments. Most of us have our own police departments, but we still rely on the city and the town responders, and we just love them so much, and we will do anything we can to make them really like responding to our campus, because they have to respond a lot, especially at MIT. Yeah.
Thank you. We're a university, and we have an Office of Off-Campus Housing and Commuter Services, and they invite us to their meetings with their property managers, and we've talked to the property managers about emergency preparedness and what they would do. They're also on our alert and notification system, so I think that's important. We have a collaborative where we invite the emergency management directors for all the campuses that we have, the different towns that we're in, to come together and talk emergency management. And in this community, we're a part of their emergency management meetings, so they invite us. So we try to be a good community partner no matter what community we're in.
Yeah, the property managers, that's a great point, and the landlords, and sometimes they're the last ones to show up to these, but they're important.
So you talked about the importance of, and especially in the last scenario, determining jurisdiction between the first responders, campus, on campus, and off campus. And we've also hit around the importance of communications, but that's true of your communication staff as well. Because one of the worst things that can happen in a disaster like that is a school representative go on the news and say one thing, and the mayor go on the news and say something completely different. And if you don't have that worked out ahead of time, that's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, complexity of jurisdiction is something that we live through all the time, and it's all about interoperability and just always communicating. In Boston, it's complex. It is tough, because if you walked, I'll just give you an example. So if you walked out of my office from Northeastern, that's Northeastern property, you're on the city sidewalk, you get on the city street, and then you cross a state bike path. And then you get into the city again, because it's a park, and then you get into the parking garages of the Northeastern, and you cross the MBTA tracks, which is MBTA jurisdiction. And then you cross back into city, I think, for a little bit, and then you're back. So that's why we have that interoperable, channels of communication. So that way, even if the call comes in, no matter where it comes in, it's going out over Bayburn, which is the Boston area
Police Emergency
Radio Network. And that's our interoperable channel. That way, everybody knows what's happening. And for these types of things, we're all there. It's the jurisdiction is us, it's everybody.
And Todd forgot to mention, if you jump in the area, you're under the jurisdiction of the FAA. If you go into the sewer, you're the jurisdiction of the Coast Guard.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, and I think you're also pointing to messaging from the PIOs. So that's that bottom picture right there. The media was fully on scene within minutes of that fire happening. And we have to be in each other's back pockets as far as the PIO stuff goes. And we include our local PIOs in all of our exercises for that reason. Again, it's also something we're working on. We're having a big active shooter exercise at the end of January, and part of it is that media management. We're trying to practice that, and we're practicing that with Cambridge Fire and Police PIO as well as State PIO and our PIOs. So lots of PIOs, but we do have to get that messaging right, and we cannot conflict because then everybody loses credibility. So.
My real question is, all three of you from colleges to the Boston area, and I'll bet there's intersection. So who's on first? Who determines that?
I guess, so you mean for the jurisdiction itself?
Yeah, who's PIO?
Yeah, so I mean, it really depends, I think, on a couple of things. One, the nature of the location where the incident occurs itself. To Todd's point, just illustrating that, it's the kind of where is the incident on the street is going to somewhat determine that for us. Some of it's also decided by pre-planning, right? There's discussions between the PIOs to talk about, I'll give you an example. We had a student that went missing a few years ago. Unfortunately, he turned up in a local body of water near the campus, and it was a week-long search. That one very quickly became the jurisdiction of the district attorney, right? They took the lead on the conversation, but our PIO was standing shoulder to shoulder with him along with the local jurisdiction doing that, and they cued off each other. They had a conversation before they talked to the media about who was going to handle what type of questions. But that's all about the pre-planning environment. And somebody mentioned a minute ago here about the importance of being a member of your local emergency planning committee or whatever the planning group is. We talk with our local peers about that all the time. So we understand what their expectations and mechanics. And to Todd's point, the political environment, that can be a daily changing landscape sometimes. But making sure, like, on a lot of college campuses and universities, you have offices of government community affairs. They know those players. They know the political kind of players that they've got to kind of, in a sense, connect the dots on the background with to make sure that we get those messages right.
Yeah, a key player in our emergency response is also our Office of Community Relations. So it's not our PIO, it's the office that basically relates to Cambridge, and they do a lot of fundraising together, and it's really critical that they're involved too. But to John's point, I think determining it ahead of time, and different institutions will take different philosophies on this. So MIT takes the philosophy of if it's a fire emergency on our campus, they will leave it to the fire PIO to do it. If it's a police emergency on campus, our MIT police, since we have a police department, they will take ownership of it. So it depends on the emergency, but the pre-planning is really critical, which is why we want to include them in the exercising as well. Yeah, well, we come to an agreement. Yeah, the question was, do our jurisdictions agree? So we don't want to do anything that our jurisdictions don't agree with because we depend on them so much. And so it's, even if it takes a working process to get to an agreement, we'll get to it. And to be transparent about our exercise coming up in January, we are having working group meetings with all the PIOs that would be involved in that situation because we're not sure how it would go. And our PIOs are not sure how it would go. So we're trying to work that out in an exercise so that if something does happen that brings a fire PIO, a police PIO, a state police PIO, and our own PIOs together, we know what we're going to do ahead of time. It's better to work it out in the exercise. But we don't know it right now. We're going to get there and then practice it.
And one other thing I'll just mention about that, is the concept we've all heard about JICs, right? The Joint Information Center, the JIC model. That's critically important in these events, because what you don't want is a municipal PIO or a jurisdictional PIO speaking about operations on the campus. That's not really their place. The institution's going to talk about that. But at the same time, it's not our place to talk about an investigation. That's really the jurisdiction's responsibility to address that. But you got to have some understanding about what those kind of division of responsibilities are beforehand, because you don't want, the sea of cameras in front of you with the reporters. They ask the question, and there's that quick awkward pause, and everybody looks at each other like, well, who's going to take that one? You really want to have that understood. And if you've got a good PIO that runs a good JIC operation, they know very quickly kind of who to softball that question to. They'll make a very kind of subtle point for somebody to take a lead on those issues. And ideally beforehand, they actually have a pre-briefing to kind of say, questions related to this train of questioning is going to go to that person first, and then they can decide to kind of throw it to somebody else at that point.
But I will say most of our universities have very solid brands. So if a big emergency happens on our campus, it will be branded the university. And so our information folks have to be involved in some capacity, and we do have to work together because all the parents are looking at it as an MIT emergency, not an emergency in Cambridge. So let's go on quickly to the last one and see if there's anything different that we want to talk about. So 3 weeks ago, local health officials confirmed 2 cases of bacterial meningitis associated with the local university in your town. One of the individuals traveled with a sports team to another university in a neighboring state, so now we're getting our friends involved. Over the past 2 weeks, 4 more students have sought treatment at the Student Health Center for meningitis symptoms. 2 of those students are very active with a local nonprofit that works with children and adults in the community, which is so nice of them unless they're sick. 4 community members have also presented with symptoms at the local hospital, 2 of which also work with that same nonprofit. Surprise, surprise. All cases were tested and confirmed to be meningitis, and all 10 patients have strains that are genetically identical. So now we have an official outbreak. So I swear there is not one higher ed conference that we go to that does not have a presentation about a meningitis outbreak on a campus and how they handled it. I swear every time we go to a conference, someone is talking about this. It has happened to so many universities. I hope it doesn't happen to us, but we've learned a lot from what has happened. But if this gets out into the community, and because it is such a big response, we really do rely on the community to help coordinate with us. So now that our institution students have brought this terrible disease into your community, what are your thoughts going on right now with this? What are your concerns, and who else needs to be involved? There's an obvious department, right?
Building a moat in a wall doesn't count. That's not a substantial.
Yeah, we can build a wall around it. Public health needs to be involved. That's definitely key.
So my name's Nate. I work with Dana-Farber, and one of the things we talk about especially in Boston, with all the hospitals so close together with the colleges, is how closely we're collaborating on any of these situations, really, as far as if a flood of calls, something hits the major news at any of these institutions, and a flood of calls start coming to the institutions, and you have a large number of students that are also patients at local hospitals. How much collaboration or conversation has been taking place on your end relating to what can you tell someone, what can you tell a parent? Because if you start saying, well, call the hospital is going to say, well, call the college. And in order to break that cycle, has there been any conversation or collaboration on any of these drills or anything related?
Yeah, that's a good point. Our students are considered emancipated minors when they walk onto our campus. Is that the same for you guys? So we're not allowed to tell their parents anything health related. So it's challenging.
So is that a question you're kind of posing to us? Kind of how we react to that issue, or just a kind of an overall statement about that?
Just a question of how,
Okay.
how would you...
Yeah, so I think to that point, hopefully, or maybe hopefully not, everybody in the room has dealt with an infectious disease outbreak. Folks may remember years ago we had our infamous Chipotle experience, and that gets into all the branding issue for us. But to your question, I think it's really important. You got to know what the context. We have a team that we pull together if we have any kind of an outbreak. That includes our director of health services. It includes our student affairs division. It includes our public safety people. And the reason is we want to make sure we get that message correct. Generally when you have an outbreak on a campus, what do parents and students want to hear from is somebody who's a medical professional. They don't want to hear from a PIO. They want to hear somebody who's a doctor that understands what is it I need to do, how do I treat it, what's the risk to my son or daughter, those kinds of questions. So we make sure we tie in, and I think in our area in particular, we have a really good tie-in with our public health authorities, both at the local level, the state level, the hospital. So there's a dialogue that starts up pretty quickly when we get into one of these scenarios to kind of figure out the mechanics of what's the messaging string, because these issues can very quickly become
panic environments for people, right? They think the end of the world is coming, the zombie mutant, attack is the next element of what's going to come out of this experience. And you want to kind of separate out the myths from the realities. Most of these things are manageable. And if you've got somebody who's a medical professional that can explain that in clinical terms that the common person can understand, that can really help to ease a lot of those fears.
Hey, Greg Banner from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. I just want to mention something that, actually not specifically, there's a lot of stuff you can say about this, but just a general resource that applies to all the incidents I wanted to mention is after the marathon bombing and some of the problems that the consulates in Boston had getting hold of, finding out the status of their citizens, they actually created, FEMA helped them create a work group among the consulates in Boston. And that work group continues its stuff, and they've been trying to improve the processes and the ways in order for the consulates to be involved, to take care of and to notify their citizens and notify their countries and stuff like that. So just so you all know, you can either grab me up here and I can get you info, or reach out to FEMA and they can tell you a little bit about that group and how they function. One of the things, though, that is important to know is actually by treaty, the United States is required to notify other countries of injury or death of a foreign citizen. So if you have citizens, let's say a foreign citizen that's in a coma, that's a student on your campus, by treaty, you're supposed to be notifying that student's country about this incident. So that's another twist to all this. And again, there is a mechanism, and mostly led by the British and Canadian consulates. There's a lot of powerful stuff there. There's translation services. There's all kinds of things that they can do for you.
Thanks for that twist. We like twists and tabletops, so we can think about them ahead of time. I also wanted to mention, how many of you are set up to be a pod somewhere in your jurisdiction?
What is a pod?
Point of dispensing site? So that's really good, because in this situation or a different disease outbreak, you might have to give mass vaccinations or mass prophylaxis. We do a flu clinic every year at MIT that was developed out of the anthrax threat. So David Barber, who some of you know, he's been there forever, he and others before I got there, they developed this system for if they had to hand out prophylaxis for anthrax. They had a whole system to do it, and everybody runs through this whole thing. And then they said, well, why don't we use it for flu shots? So every year we activate it, and so we therefore practice if we had something else that we had to deliver mass vaccinations and prophylaxis, which is what we've learned from other institutions where they had to deliver vaccinations to their entire campus when something hits their campus. So that is very helpful, and we could see that the community could come in and want to use that as well. So that's something else we wanted to coordinate. Whether you have a closed pod or an open pod, coordinating with your institution and your jurisdictions is really critical in that regard too.
So two quick things from UMass Amherst when we had the meningitis outbreak, and then there was the third case that was at Smith College. And to back to your scenario, once it expanded upon just being a UMass, this is similar higher eds is part of a consortium, and students share the same social circles, going out on Thursday, Friday night. So a big part of that was coordinating the message with Smith College. But then back to the local partnership with AFD and other first responder agencies, is as we were going through it, every time somebody would get on the back of an ambulance or whatever, we would get, oh, here comes another case. So like the rumor control kept going on. And then to your point of distribution, as a public university, we get we get it, and then like the rich privates, Amherst College and stuff, we just sell it to them at a little premium, which we do to MIT, BC, and Northeastern as well.
Thanks. We like to learn things from our colleagues that have experienced this stuff. And higher ed, plagiarism is not encouraged, but in emergency management in higher ed it is. So we take a lot from what everyone else has learned in their plans and procedures. Anything else quickly to say about the disease outbreak before we go into the hot wash? Did you guys want to say something?
So just one other thing, disease outbreaks are something that obviously we watch very carefully on college campuses, because just like the cruise ship industry, we have people living in very close proximity in high density housing. So when anything like a sniffle breaks out on a campus, you can very quickly have these things spread like quite literally almost wildfire. So we do a lot, like we have a whole plan in place with our facilities team to kind of quell that as rapidly as possible, very intensive cleaning and isolation issues, to try and stop that as rapidly as possible. And that might be a resource, if you have a similar problem on in your community that may not be on the campus, that could be a resource. They have some expertise on how to deal with those issues. So it's just something to think about how you can support one another in one of these scenarios.
All right, let's do a quick hot wash since we had a tabletop. Let's end it with a hot wash. It seems like a lot of things went well, so we're going to skip those first two. What we really want to know is, do any of you have any action items you're going to take home to improve town-gown relationships, either on the jurisdiction side, the NGO side, the college side, anything you're going to take back as a lesson learned from this tabletop exercise? Or was it just a waste of time? There's an after action ever here? We're not going to write you an after action report, so just write these down yourself.
I think we're going to probably do a little bit more outreach for the institutes of higher learning in our area, invite them to the table, really start working the exercise aspect of it as well, so we can work out most of these details prior to the actual event.
That's awesome. We hope everybody takes that back. Even if you're already working really well with them, you can always have better relationships. So thank you, that's great. Anyone else? I think I saw over here. I don't know if I'm embarrassed to say, but I know we're working really hard on doing family reunification and assistance center planning, and we're really deep into that. But a light bulb went off when you just said an assistance center after an emergency. That's not that complex, but it's just simple assistance. That is something that kind of came in for the first time. So thanks.
Suzanne, you have one away in the back there.
That's a really good point. So at higher ed, we're constantly thinking about active shooter, which is like this huge, grand, big, awful disaster, and we're doing extensive planning for those things. We have to remember the smaller emergencies that are more frequent as well, and sometimes I think we forget that. Yeah, good point. There was someone else?
Just something to add. All these comments and conversations have been really helpful, but I think one of the things that our municipality are doing in the South Shore of Massachusetts, and we call them EDS sites, emergency dispensing sites, instead of pods. Yes. We're the only ones who do it, so I don't know, take that for what you will. But one of the things that we, as activating and training, is we've included inclusion trainings. So what happens when we have an EDS site that's activated and we're doing mass vaccination of about 17,000 people, and you have someone who's sitting in line who's on the autism spectrum and goes through, has sensory overload, what do you do to maintain functionality? So it's also gearing our plans toward the margins improves the quality of the experience for everyone that we intend to serve.
That is an excellent point. Thank you for bringing it up. Inclusion, diversity, people with access and functional needs. You all worry about this in your communities. We also worry about it on our college campuses, and we're probably not doing enough. Similarly with our flu clinic, we have folks who don't want to reveal their arms, and so we have to have private screening places. So it's really important to think about all that, especially with people coming from so many international countries. That's a very good point.
So one of the things that we've done at Gale, our environmental health and safety every few years does what we call a high hazard tour. If you haven't had a chance to do this, so our environmental health and safety invites local emergency responders, fire department, police departments, and our local FBI field agents, EMS, to tour some of the high hazard locations in some of the different buildings. And it's everything of what we have, where you have access. It works with our fire marshal's office, so that we have very good relationships so that the responders know exactly what buildings they're going to, what areas they're going to, how to get access to these buildings, who has access if they don't. And then some of the warning signs and some of the alert systems that we have tied to so our sports complexes that have high hazard chemicals and things. So it's a really good relationship that we're spending time to make sure that the responders have a good, clear understanding of how they're responding, where they're responding for our campus.
Yeah, there's all sorts of complicated buildings and spaces on college campuses, and there's all sorts of bad stuff in a lot of those spaces. So that's a really good point, is working with your first responders. And I think we're getting told to get off stage. But
can I do something really quick? I promise, really, really quick. So something on my focus over the next year is the metrics behind emergency management. We had a good discussion about return on investment, which is very tough in emergency management. We didn't have a plan before, so now we have a plan, so that's our return. Well, we're trying to look at better metrics behind that and how we can actually determine when somebody feels unsafe or when they feel unprepared and what that means, and trying to get to where those connections can be made and being able to almost personalize the resources we provide people. And what I'm trying to get at for this particular group and the partnership is you have your own resources and information that you want to get out on the state, federal level, city level, whatever that may be. Make sure that you're reaching out with your higher ed partners to share that information as well, because we have that mechanism and that method to try to get that information out to our constituency, but with your information as well. Now you're getting a larger picture of what preparedness can mean for that community and building that culture, not only on the campus, but for everyone, for everywhere that they might traverse within the city and the state, and federally even as well. That was just my little bit.
Just one question I have left for the audience, when I asked you questions when we started, is who in the room's from the private sector, NGOs, or other things, just by a quick show of hands? Just substitute higher ed for those organizations, right? At a municipal level, a county or state level, be working with those private sector partners, the NGOs. You know, we talk a lot, we throw this term around, whole community. You know, we're really the ones that need to embrace that concept and make sure that those communications pathways are open. You know, my boss said many, many years ago, and I heard, and I think he actually coined the phrase that a lot of people use, you know, the scene of a disaster isn't the place to be exchanging business cards, and that is no truer now than it ever has been. So make sure that you're making those connections ahead of time.
So in summary, build relationships and share information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job. You've done this before.
So on behalf of the IAEM Regional Board and the Conference Committee, thank you very much, Suzanne, John, and Todd, for presenting today. And we have a few certificates for you. If I can manage to keep myself to stay organized right through to the end. Another round of applause. At this time, I'd like to call representative from Partners Plus by Wiley. It's one of our third silver sponsor, to come up and tell us a little briefly about what his company does. And this is for you too as well. Oh, you want me to help you?
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, good evening. Good evening, everyone. My name is Fred Ellis. First of all, I'd like to thank Andy and Taylor for inviting Partner Plus Wiley brand to the Region 1 Association Conference here. Also, I'd like to, we have any athletes here? Any athletes, former athletes? Pretty much? Okay, good. All right, so I want to make sure I put this out there. My table, you ever heard of improvise? When you have to, coach told you to improvise, get out there and improvise a little bit. That's the improvisation over there on that table right there. My package did not show up, and we definitely put in a better presentation than that. And so, but it's still been a pleasure being here, and of course, getting all the information in about the conference and what you guys do on a daily basis. So please don't take that to heart right there. I'm a regional field manager for Partner Plus. We represent a network of institutions. They're all nonprofit. They're regionally accredited, and we are here to promote our online education platform. You may have some of our schools in the area. One of the schools that specifically up here in the area is AMC. That's Anna Marie College. That's in Paxton, Massachusetts. But we have over 41 schools. Please go on our website, Partner Plus by Learning House. It's a Wiley brand, and look at those lists of schools. Because we are a partner with the FDIC, some of your employees may have the ability to go to some of our schools and get scholarship money. We love the process that we have in place. We take care of the transcripts when they apply. a lot of scholarships opportunity for a lot of those schools. Also, we have a giveaway. I want to make sure I get that out the way. We have a giveaway. I want to make sure Andy go ahead and pull for the giveaways. $30 Starbucks card. And so if you did have an opportunity to come by the table, I'm sorry. But Andy's going to pull for that card right now. Mr. Irving. Irving Bootsbinder. There he is. All right. All right. I'll stay here a couple more minutes, and if you have an opportunity, please come by the table and pick up some of the flyers. And again, just take it back to your employees. Go on our website. We may have some schools in your area, and again, we have a lot of scholarships opportunities for them to participate in. Thank you.
There you go. All right, did bring out a fresh coffee pot a few minutes ago, so if those of you that need a little afternoon pick-me-up, in the back to my right to your left, and there's also some snacks on the table in the back. I see some folks are helping themselves back there. That's great. And there's some fresh water with cups as well. So feel free to get up and get some refreshment, use the restroom. We're going to get started with our final presentation of the day. For this afternoon, we have Donald Dumont with us, who's going to be speaking with us on utilizing the National Weather Service Decision Support Service to build community resilience during hazardous weather. Donald is currently the Warning Coordination Meteorologist at the National Weather Service in Gray, Maine. His primary duties include working closely with state, local, and tribal emergency management agencies and other agencies related to disaster management to ensure a planned, coordinated, effective response and preparedness and response efforts to hazardous weather events. Donald Dumont is a native of Massachusetts, a graduate of Plymouth State College in New Hampshire. He has over 18 years of experience in meteorology and is forecasted across the country and the world. His experience in the National Weather Service also includes positions in Burlington, Vermont, Elko, Nevada, and Caribou, Maine. Before he joined the National Weather Service, he was an Air Force weather officer with tours of service in New Mexico, Germany, and the Middle East. Please welcome Don Dumont.
Okay, I appreciate everyone. First off, letting meteorologists in the room. That's always a good start to the day, well, end of the day. And I'm actually hanging around. I was hoping everyone would actually leave so I didn't have to get these door prizes to leave, but it didn't work out. So, anyways, yeah. So I'm Donnie Dumont. I am a warning coordination meteorologist at the forecast office in Gray, Maine. It is in Gray, Maine. I don't know if they picked that name, that town, on purpose to do a weather office for, but it's very appropriate because everyone always says it's a gray day in emergency operations. So you talk to us on gray days in Gray, Maine. But anyways, so yeah, I'm a warning coordination meteorologist. And it was kind of my job title when I did the bio. But if you don't know a warning coordination meteorologist, one of our primary responsibilities is to help you do your job as emergency managers. That literally it is. So with that being said, I'm just one of 6 emergency meteorologists that serve Region 1. FEMA Region 1. There's not many people left, but just a show of hands, who here knows their local National Weather Service warning coordination meteorologist? That's pretty good. Very good indeed. So what I'm going to go over, you can see my title. It's pretty long. I should probably look this way. But in general, I like to move. Can I take this thing? Okay. So this is what I'm going to go over today. I'm going to give you a background about Weather Ready Nation initiative that the Weather Service is. Most of you probably, not everyone here, but heard the buzzword. We always talk about the Weather Service, Decision Support Services, talk to you exactly what that means. But really I want to talk to you about all the other stuff that we do or can do to help you out, to help build community resilience.
And a lot of it is in the preparedness aspect of things. And as I'm going through, if you have any success stories about any programs I'm talking about, please interject, and because that's really important for everyone else to know that how we do have worked together success stories wise. So Weather Ready Nation, in general, this is what really prompted it. It was back in 2011. I don't know if anyone remembers this event. It didn't really impact the New England that bad, but this was the most recent memory of our super outbreak, tornado outbreak. You can see we had over 300 fatalities and over 2,000 injuries. Why this really kind of changed the way we think as an agency in general was we actually forecasted this really well. This was like one of the best forecasted tornado super outbreaks we ever did. And guess how many, you look at the numbers. So 319 people died and over 2,000 injuries. So it was kind of a wake-up call to us as an agency that even though our science continues to increase and we can get much better at predicting the weather, we're not meeting our mission, okay? So our science improvements alone will not meet our mission, okay? So if you never read our mission statement, pretty much it's pretty simple. It's a bunch of stuff, but to protect life and property. That's really our main mission, and it's also to enhance the national economy, okay? And then our vision, which is part of the Weather Ready Nation initiative, is that our society itself is prepared to react to the weather event that we are forecasting, okay? And that's where the emergency management side actually comes in. And today we're going to talk about partnerships all day. And this is actually, I remember FEMA just showed their roadmap. We just came out with our new strategic plan roadmap this year. And these are our 3 primary goals. But right on goal number 3, you can see partnerships is right there, okay? So partnerships, just like FEMA was talking about, the Weather Service also has partnerships. And one thing we really, really know is that we cannot do this alone, okay? It says it right there. That's our core principle. It says it right in our strategic plan moving forward. So that's pretty much in general what Weather Ready Nation initiative is. But decision support services. So this is all our goals. If you read the plan, it's a bunch of government words, which we like to write. But what I like to say is three key points to decision support services. Number 1, our forecasts and warnings need to be tailored so you can make decisions based off of them. Number 2 is we need to be able to communicate directly with you in a way you actually understand what we're saying. Okay, so, and that's really actually difficult when you take a bunch of meteorologists, scientists, and talk to emergency managers. It's not an easy step as it seems. That's why it is one of our goals. And the third thing we talk about has to do with the preparedness part, but we need to understand what society needs are. And that seems pretty simple, but they're changing, okay? Because if you heard earlier today, they mentioned 1998 ice storm, okay? That was over 20 years ago now, 21 years ago. And how? So we knew what the impacts were 21 years ago to that ice storm, because it happened. Would you think those impacts are going to be the same that right now if it happened? They're going to be way worse, way worse. We didn't have smartphones in 1998, okay? So we need to keep on understanding how society is changing, all right? And then obviously we need to prepare for that. So this is just that's a bunch of words, but this is a visual aspect of what decision support services actually means. You can see right here. When I started in the Weather Service, the legacy National Weather Service products, that's what we put out day in and day out. This is what you have to deal with as emergency manager. That text-based product on your left, okay? Do you know what the heck's going to be happening if you look at that forecast in a response aspect? You have no idea, okay? So this is a more modern era one, kind of services you kind of get used to. We put the weather information on there, but we tell you what the impacts due to those weather, what we're forecasting, weather event we're forecasting is. So this is just a modern day example. So, day in, day out, most of you in this room probably see some operational National Weather Service products, day in and day out, okay? They come in a lot of formats. If you send all these emails, you get these graphical. These are obviously, this is our bread and butter. We are operational forecasters. We need to give you the information to make the decisions. But I don't really want to focus on that today. There's a little bit of time we have left. But I want to focus on what are the other decision support services that the National Weather Service provides that can help you do your jobs. And what I really want to focus on, that relates to preparedness, planning, training, and exercise support. So one of our, this program is actually not new, but who here has heard of Storm Ready before? Who here knows we're actually standing on a Storm Ready campus right now? Hey, good. Right. Yes, so we are standing on a Storm Ready campus. Storm Ready program actually started way back in 1999, so it is not new, but it has been around for a long time. But if you haven't heard of it before, in general, all it is kind of a formal guideline program the Weather Service has for emergency managers to prepare their community for natural weather disasters. That's really, in general, what it is. In general, who can be storm ready? Pretty much any community can be. That's the great thing about it. It's open to everyone. We have large cities. We have county, state designations. We have state level now. We have tribal nations. Obviously, universities and colleges. You're on one right now. And then military, national parks, state parks. So you can do them all. And also commercial sites. So right now, in New England alone, there's actually 90 certified sites in Region 1. And including in that, 13 universities are actually storm-ready campuses. So here's a breakdown, which you probably can't see. You should be a pilot if you can. But you can see there's a pretty big disparity across the states right now. Rhode Island is pretty unique. It's actually a storm-ready state, every single town, which if you think about it, every town is storm-ready in Rhode Island, but probably only Delaware and Rhode Island can probably pull that off. But yeah, there's a lot in Massachusetts. We even have some private businesses that are storm ready, which is very good to know. So in general, how to become storm ready. We do have, like I said, it is a formal guideline program, but it can be broken down into essentially 3 different components. Component 1 is command and management. So what that essentially means is you need to have an emergency operations center, which pretty much in this day and age, everyone has an emergency operations center, has a plan. You also need a 24-hour warning point. So that means a dispatch center or something that's open 24 hours at all times, which can be, that's really the biggest hold up for a lot of smaller communities for the program. They don't actually have a 24-hour dispatch center, but you can utilize a partnership with another government agency that does, whether it be a regional command center or such forth like that, to take on that responsibility. Besides, after that is communication information management. So for the communication information management, that pretty much means you have numerous redundant ways to receive our warning information, and you have numerous redundant ways to get that information out to your community. And then you also need to have an ability to monitor hazardous weather. You don't have to have the equipment yourself. It's obviously nice, especially if you are in a flood-prone area. They don't have a USGS gauge or something like that. You can get your own gauging. There could be some monetary values aspect to this program to actually meet the guidelines. Also about that, and then the third component to it itself is the preparedness piece. And the preparedness piece can be community safety talks. The bread and butter of it a lot of times is our weather spotter program, but not just community safety talks. It's going to be tabletop exercises. All these things about just in general about preparedness is part of the program. So you can see it's quite a bit that goes along with it. But when we were starting this program 15 years ago, it was actually really hard to get people storm ready certified. But in the modern age, most of the work's already done for any kind of town or city or campus over 20,000 people. Most of this is already in place. Like I said, number of benefits of being a storm ready community. Number 1 is obviously your community is very prepared to respond to natural weather disasters. Another really good part about this is, and if anyone here is storm ready right now, if they want to, maybe vouch for this, you definitely have a lot better partnership with your local National Weather Service office. And you won't know that until you do it, but you are constantly in contact with the Weather Service office once you become a storm ready community. Another thing about it, I don't know if the FEMA water person left, the flood mitigation left, but anyways, you can get 25 community rating points for your community for the flood insurance program if you are a storm-ready community, so there is some benefit on a monetary aspect for that. And obviously, it's just great PR. Because we have formal recognition ceremonies and stuff like that, so the community knows that you take it seriously, your preparedness initiative. So some best practices. In general, what we look at when we're looking at a community, we obviously want to pick communities that are more susceptible to natural disasters. And typically, 9 times out of 10, especially in the Northeast, it's flooding. So if you have a community that gets flooded routinely, they're a higher threat due to that. Usually, we like to look for those communities to make them storm ready. Obviously, the bigger, larger state universities, commercial sites are also higher priority. And then if your community has a really large outdoor venue, for summer months, and then the more high state to match thunderstorms and such for, we also like those sites. One issue with the storm ready program, there is a limit, meaning there is a lot of overhead to do the program properly, and we don't have all the resources in the world to be able to administer it. So in general, we can't have 100 storm ready communities per office. It would be impossible for us to maintain that. So there is a limit to it, which most of us have not reached yet, but just so you realize there is some issues with that. It's fairly important. Storm ready program isn't, I did all this is great, I got my certification, I'm done with the program. You can be done with the program right after your first 3 years, but to maintain your certification, you need to continually to do it. There's a 3-year renewal, then there's a 6-year recertification, there's a 3-year renewal after that, 6-year recertification. It's a continuous program. It doesn't stop. You always have to keep on updating stuff. You have to continue to do the hazard assessment. You have to keep on updating your emergency action plan for hazardous weather. Obviously, the initial step is the hardest, but you can move on from there. Another thing about it is we do appreciate state-level emergency management engagement in the program. They can be on the board, certification board and stuff like that, so we're always looking for state-level involvement. My clicker broke, guys. Like a battery bag. Any questions on the Storm Ready program? No? All right. Who here has never heard of the Storm Ready program before? You all did? That's pretty good. So what I'm going to talk about next is we're going to talk about how we can help you in your exercise program. So the National Weather Service, most of our offices, we're involved in exercise planning. Okay. Who here has utilized the National Weather Service and exercise planning? Oh, over there. You got a new battery? Oh, look at this. Yeah.
I don't know if that's the problem, but. No, it isn't. It is the presentation.
Thank you. Right, so we can do exercise. We can help in the planning of exercises, especially for scenario development. It's actually, I'm not going to say I've seen some really bad weather tabletop exercises in my career, but I've seen some pretty bad scenarios for natural disasters. Usually what happens is someone comes up with this goal, this is that, and then they go, oh yeah, we should ask the National Weather Service about this. And they send us their scenario, then we come back and we go, that's completely unrealistic, that would never happen. Then they go, well, that's what we're going with, and we already did it all. But anyways, so we can provide you plausible scenarios, okay? And what I mean by plausible, we can dictate it, this has happened before. It was actually kind of funny when someone early this morning said, that tornado that hit Springfield. They go, oh, who ever thought a tornado would have hit Springfield? And I was like, I would have. Because it happened. Worcester got cranked by 3 EF3s back in the 1930s and 20s, if you did your history. So we know this information. So we know what can actually happen in the past. We have all this storm data archive, so we can actually provide you with plausible scenarios. And another good thing about it is that we can actually help facilitate the exercises. And the reason we can help facilitate them is we actually like to brief people. We don't like to, but our forecasters need more practice at it. So it's actually a benefit for us to help facilitate them because it helps them be able to brief on weather, okay? And another third benefit of involving us in it is we're actually going to give you simulated products, our products. So, you know, for winter storms, it's probably not too big of a deal. You see them all the time and stuff like that. But how many, you know, but who here has actually seen a Cat 1 hitting New England coast with our modern weather service products or tropical products? Raise your hand if you have. None of you should because we haven't had it. Irene was technically a tropical storm. So, no, but my point is that our product suite's always changing, so it's actually good for us to provide you with those actual forecast products, and we can help put a little training into these tabletop exercises, so you understand exactly what the product means. Like the cone of silence, the cone of silence. It actually exists. It's an off-the-radar term. Sorry. But the cone of uncertainty is the most misinterpreted product that the Weather Service has, okay? And most people don't even know they're misinterpreting it, okay? So that's just one example that we could actually talk about that. So there's some examples of some partnerships that we actually facilitate tabletop exercises with. You know, we've done local municipalities, we've done state, county level, and state level, we've done medical groups, we've done universities, we've done, who am I missing here? Coast Guard, pretty much everybody, but we do that. So now that my brief still isn't up, I'm going to move on to my next one, because I have it memorized, fortunately. How are we doing? So the next one thing I want to talk about is outdoor venue support. Okay, so over the last, we've been doing, I think, Boston office or the Norton, Taunton, whatever it is now, office was one of the first that started. They've been doing essentially since 2012. Hey, thank you. Yeah, so we know why outdoor weather support is important. So here's an example of the most recent one is PGA Tour. I'm sure most of you have seen that video. Very scary event. And then more local, but a little bit dated, is the event that happened back in 2015 at Lancaster. But I kind of picked both of these is because the problem with outdoor venue support is we obviously like to concentrate on the big ones. But how much media attention, how big of a deal was that Lancaster, New Hampshire one? That did make national media, okay? So it's difficult for us because every outdoor event in the summer in general is at danger. Something could go wrong, obviously. But we always seem to concentrate on the big ones. We forget about the little ones. But a fatality is a fatality, the way I look at it. So it's difficult. We only have so much resources, which we'll talk about. And this is still not working. Someone just pressed the button. Right, so when it comes to venue support, the Weather Service actually takes we take a three-tier approach to it. Most people would think about the event day monitoring. We provide you the forecast, we tell you what the threat is, we tell you what lightning strike is, and that's it, that's our job. Not really. So we believe in education, the planning piece, and then the actual weather forecast piece. And mean, we actually have a more formal program. Most of the weather service offices in the region want to adopt something like this. But we do actually have official forms you can sign up for and such forth like that. But, so, next slide. But some limitations of support in general is that we can only provide IDSS services to emergency managers. Okay, we cannot work with venue organizers. When I say we can't work with them, I say we can't work with them in the sense that we cannot provide them weather forecast information. That is what the private weather enterprise is for, which we like to call essentially private weather companies. With that being said, we can totally provide safety talks and planning with the venue event organizer. So if you're working with your event organizers, you want an educational talk on the threats of lightning and severe weather, we can totally do that. We can also provide them planning guides. Next, please. So education, like I said, this is our first swing. We do provide safety talks that you can just request. Pretty much anyone will do it. Some have a little more certified programs than others, but these are the key things we go over. The threats of lightning, because most people have no idea. People literally think when they get struck in the head by lightning, that's how people die from lightning fatalities, which is not the case at all. But anyways, so we go through all of these. So we definitely do some educational talks. We can do in about 45, 50 minutes. They're pretty good. So just think about who do you know in your community has a really large outdoor venue that you are scared about, that something bad could happen. That would be somebody you might want to kind of reach out and we can give them a talk. Next, please. So we actually do have these default planning, lightning safety planning tools. They're already pre-designed, so it's really easy. This is really, really good for if you have your small communities that they just don't have the resources and they want to do a lot of legwork. We pretty much give them the lightning safety plan, and it's really pre-configured, and they can just fill it out. A couple little things here and there. But these are the plan components. Public notification is obviously number one. And then, if there is a threat and the threat is coming, have a protection plan, how to educate staff members, and how to actually hold a proper weather watch for the day of the event. Next, please. So we do lightning safety plans. We do have another program, so you do actually fill out, do a talk, fill out a lightning safety plan. We do have a formal recognition site. So you're talking about tribal nation engagement earlier. That's actually, it is a small nation, but they had an outdoor powwow, and they went through the process, they built a lightning safety plan, and they're pretty much the only tribal nation in the United States of America so far that's actually filled one out. So there is tribal engagement even happened up in New England. Next, please. So event day monitoring, that's the last piece we're going to talk about. Again, you can request the support well ahead of time, and then once you can fill out an easy form, emergency managers can, and then we will follow up coordination based off of your form that you fill out. Next, please. And this is kind of neat now. So we can actually, leading into the event, like the morning of or the day of, we can actually give you a tailored spot weather forecast that's tailored to your criteria, okay? So you can pre-coordinate it, and we can give you the weather thresholds. For some reason, maybe the heat index for your venue is like only 80 degrees or something like that. So we can actually give you set the scale of what your threats are. We can set it up specifically for your venue. Next, please. And this is the output. So like the morning of or stuff before, we can give you a product like this. And this is really good because rather than having to worry about, what is the weather threat, a lot of times this will all be green. You're just like, whew, no weather issues in my venue today. And it's just you don't have to worry about weather, which is nice. But it'll highlight the area of concern and what you do need to worry about if there are weather threats for the day. And like I said, it's tailored for your venue itself. And these are not that hard for us to put together. Next, please. So the last thing we can do is the actual, like I said, these are reserved right now just because it's a resource issue. For some of the higher end events, like we can't be doing 35,000 spot requests for every craft fair in New England in the summer months because that's just impossible. But for so you tell us We don't ask you. You tell us what your venues of concern are, is what I'm trying to get at here. Majority of events, we can support them remotely. We can provide you those forecasts, and we can report back to you via the office, give you a heads up. We have a specific POC, go directly to them and tell you what's going on if there's a hazardous, left thunderstorms or such forth coming your way. Reserved for our highest events, we can do on-site support. That's when a meteorologist literally comes out to your EOC, or it goes out to your instant command post if you happen to have one set up. We set up shop and we just provide correspondence right there. Next, please. Like I said, you can just kind of tap through these. There's limitations is, how will we prioritize this, And this is obviously a bigger issue, especially in the bigger, offices like Boston and such forth, where I wouldn't even want to imagine what they would do for graduation day, down in, around Boston alone, how many campuses and outdoor graduations they have and such forth like that. But, how will we prioritize? We can't do them all. We will have to depend on the private weather enterprise to help out. But like I said, we depend on you to tell us how to prioritize. We're not going to do it ourselves from the prioritization. Next, please. So I'm just going to go through all the 4 offices and some success stories they've had so far for providing outdoor venue support. Up in the Burlington office, they've been doing it for quite a while themselves, but they've actually worked, I guess the city marathon, they've evacuated the marathon numerous times with success. Next, please. In my office, the Gray office, we support New Hampshire, the state during the Loudon races. They had an event in 2015. The first year they actually did it. This is a severe thunderstorm warning was. This was right towards the end of the race. They had it 6 miles away, severe thunderstorm just to their north, so they were providing them that information where it was tracking in real time in the EOC. Next, please. And this is my old office for Caribou. We, the last 4 years, 4 years, we've been supporting the outdoor concert venue series at Bangor City directly with them. So we evacuate, I think, two real issues where they had to evacuate and cancel the venue. And here's a little tweet from One Republic. Do you think that was a good call to cancel that, looking at that radar site? That radar shot? Yeah, I think they were in trouble, so probably a good call. Next, please. And then Boston, like I said, this was a pretty well-known event back in 2012, 4th of July celebration with Boston Pops. Again, this is some good praise that they successfully got people evacuated, and then they brought them back out right after, and all clear it was. So another success story of having the weather service there to give them decision support services. Next, please. So went through all that. There's other DSS that we can provide that maybe none of you utilize. Some of you might have. But as we continue to move forward, everybody mentioned increased flood events and such forth. But we can provide. We are weather experts, so we do have a lot of tools. We have a lot of knowledge. We can do localized risk assessments and consultant. That's happened quite often, actually. It's getting more frequent. Like I said, because we know where to go to get the information. We might, if it's a really big study, we might not be able to do it. We should tell you that ain't going to happen. But we can also tell you what resources to go to, and we can run some pretty basic stats ourselves. So you can go next slide, please. Yep, thanks. A couple other things we can do. We host integrated warranty workshops. These are, this is, if you've taken the FEMA course on this, you've probably heard of them before, but these are really good to do. We did quite a few of these in Maine already. But we can obviously, the big part about these is we obviously link in our media partnerships with our emergency management partnerships and weather service, and we all work together in our partnerships. That's the whole purpose of them. But we've always noticed it's getting better, especially the last couple of years, but the weather service was always a really good link between the media and the emergency management community. It's a lot better than it used to be, but we obviously talk to the media all the time, and we have a direct line with every station because of TV meteorologists. So we have that natural partnership already pre-established. Obviously, training seminars anytime, whether it be coastal flood hazards and such forth like that. We always give training. We can give tons of talks on that. We have a lot of, we have a very dedicated office core that likes to go up and do training courses and such forth to actually brief you on the threats that are currently occurring and what could happen in the future. And then you can also use us as guest instructors at FEMA courses if you're hosting one. Don't ever be afraid to invite us to come, and because we can do that kind of stuff too. Next, please. So IDSS moving forward. So where are we going? So I kind of talked to you about the on-site support, but we actually have this movement we call them emergency response specialists, incident meteorologists. It's all the same thing. But really, in general, National Weather Service forecasters will be fully integrated into the NIMS system. This isn't really new. The Weather Service, if you don't know, we've been supporting wildland fires since the 1920s. So we've been really embedded with the incident command structure from way back in infancy state, just do that connection in the wildland interface. The big difference is we're expanding into all incidents now. It's going across the whole entire agency. And what we're trying to do is that every single weather forecast local office, we're going to have 4 certified emergency response specialists. So they'll be highly trained to be able to effectively brief, know how the NIMS structure works. They should be able to go to any EOC, go to any ICS, incident command system, any incident going on. They should be able to seamlessly walk right in and know what to do and not be totally scared and not understand how things work. Next, please. So another thing is understanding partner needs, and how weather events impact the society. Not going. One example of what I'm doing right now is, just partnerships with emergency management. I just keep on asking, what scares you? What scares you? And everything I'm pretty much getting the dialogue is power outages scares me. Okay, so we have so right now, historically speaking, we've had our warning criteria is based off of, no one really even knows. It's kind of scary actually, but we put up, it's standardized across the nation and such forth, and it doesn't necessarily match up with the local aspects. Like, for example, in New England, a high wind warning for us is 58 miles per hour, okay? But we know that trees come down, and especially in the fall, at 50, 55 miles per hour. And a lot of trees do. So it's just very difficult for us to be able to change the criteria, but we're making headways on it. So this understanding of partner needs, and then be able to develop tools that you can actually understand to express that threat to you, how big of a threat this weather event is going to be to you. Next. Unified messaging is a big deal, not only within the Weather Service itself, but with our core partners. I mentioned that. I think the dorm fire issue, what the governor's going to say. We don't ever have any issues with this. Unified messages in the federal government when it comes to weather events never happen. But anyways, but we want to go beyond the federal, but make sure that we provide you with the key messages and you provide us with the key messages, because we have a really strong ability to reach the public. So, and it seems like it's not always one way. The weather event happens, and we're feeding you information, and you're trying to craft your key messages based off that, repackage it and stuff. We don't really like to repackage it. How about we write it a little bit better so you don't have to repackage as much? That's probably a better plan of doing. So just working on those type of things is really important to us, moving forward. And then after the event happens is use us to get the message out to the public what you want to say, especially in the recovery stage. Because that's when you know to tell people. And we don't. So use us, tell us what to say, and we'll use our communication platforms to help get the message out. Because we do have a really powerful communication platform. Next, please. So simplify and standardize our products and warnings. So it's the periodic table of elements, right? No, it's not. You can't see it, but this is actually the periodic table of National Weather Service watch advisories and warnings. Every single one of these colors is an advisory or warning by the National Weather Service. It's crazy, but that's really what it is right now. So next, please. So what we're trying to do is just simplify our warnings, okay? We have so many products out there and stuff like that. We overlay warnings on top of warnings, on top of advisories, and blah, 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 blah. And it's really, really confusing to everyone in this room, but also the public. So this is back to a messaging thing. So we do have called the HAZSIM program. You've already seen some of it. We've been simplifying and cutting down on our products in winter weather, but flooding, you name it, we're consolidating our products. Next, please. And then also we continue to develop our DSS toolkit. So what we really want to do is take all that meteorological information, all that different weather forecasts, and actually overlay it into a threat assessment that you can accurately see how's this going to hurt me, how's this going to impact me, how big of a deal is this. Because in the emergency management community, utilities companies, they all have it. It's just a 3 event, it's a 4 event, it's a 5 event. So we need to be able to accurately and quickly depict that information so you know how significant an event this will be. So we're going to continue to evolve our products. Here's an example of a new one that's coming out, rolling out this year for potential winter storm impact thresholds and stuff like that. So we're going to continue to make better information. And then in addition to that, we've got to continue to come up with better ways to express our confidence, which is extremely complicated actually for meteorologists to explain their confidence of an event. Because we typically don't have a lot of confidence, period. Next, please. And then, like I said, here's another example. This is another one that the Boston office is a prototype one for. But who here has heard or seen our probabilistic snowfall? No one? A couple people. Who here likes it? Oh, we got a few. Okay. So we're going to continue to expand our probability. So we're not just going to always give you, this is exactly what we think is going to happen. Because usually it doesn't exactly happen that way, especially for snowfall forecasting, same for rainfall forecasting. So we want to give you the range of envelopes, what the possible scenarios are. We're always going to give you what the most likely scenario is, but we also want to give you what's the high end, what's the low end potential. And I think next, please, I think that's it. So these are the contacts of all the offices. If you don't know what your WCM is, where you are, it's kind of strange. There are 4 offices in the New England region. But there are Albany and Upton actually have New England responsibility, even though the office is not in New England. But these are your contacts. You can always go to this website if you want to find out exactly what your WCM is at any given year or time. So that's all I have. It took me 39 minutes, so I'm under time. It's Friday afternoon. I know you don't want to hear it anymore. But I will take a question if you have one. It's Friday afternoon. Okay. Thank you. What's that? Oh, yeah, so if you're driving back, especially if you're going up like the Connecticut River Valley, like back towards Vermont or western New Hampshire, there is some cold air locked in there, so there could be some, as long as you're on the interstate, you should be fine because they'll probably salt. But there could be a little glaze and freezing rain until about 9 p.m. tonight. Then it's going to rain, so tomorrow's going to be morning's going to be horrible, especially if you're on the east coast of Mass, coast of New Hampshire, and Maine. So watch a movie or something.
All right. Don't run away yet. I have a certificate here for you. Let's give another round of applause to Donnie Dumont. It's not easy to be in the end-of-day anchor speaker at a conference, and thank you very much for those of you that have hung on through with us throughout the day. Just a couple kind of housekeeping items, and we'll wrap up. I know some of it is Friday afternoon. Folks are eager to get on the roadways and plow through that icy roadways that are up north, maybe. Taylor, I know you have an announcement you want to make. Promise?
It's more for me than for anyone else. Is anyone here taking the CEM prep course or exam tomorrow? I know I'm going to send out an email later today, but we'll be over in the School of Business, which is closer to the South Garage, so if you're parked there, you'll be better off doing that tomorrow. We have some light breakfast in the morning, coffee, muffins, that sort of thing. And then for lunch, the Student Union is open tomorrow, correct? Yes? No?